Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, although today Zay is being played by Jay Plotkin, longtime high school sports writer for the Austin American Statesman. He is also a season ticket holder to Texas football and basketball. So he's got thoughts on those things. And Jay is the captain of our 4-0 men's tennis team out of Great Hills that went to sectionals this year, which is like the state championship. And we finished tied for second in our group. Jay, welcome to Chip and Zay. How are you doing?
Couldn't be doing any better on today's Tuesday, right? Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
I appreciate the invitation, and I'm really excited to join you for this. And if we're gonna go full disclosure, Chip Brown is the one who recruited me onto this tennis team at Great Hills and passed the torch, so to speak, or the responsibility of captaincy. So it's a lot of fun, and we've got a great group, and we have a lot of fun and managed to play some pretty decent tennis too.
Yeah. All facts, I should say. And it is Bobby Bonilla Day. So happy Bobby Bonilla Day, everybody.
Yeah, take your free 1.2 million and enjoy it every year for another 10 and celebrate.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to me that the Mets owed Bobby Bonilla about $5.9 million, and they decided to defer the payment over 25 years, which it now is a payout of nearly 30 million. He gets, as you pointed out, Jay, 1.2 million, well, 1.193 million every July 1st through 2035. Bobby Bonilla.
No one ever accused the mid 2000s Mets of being great stewards of their financial status.
Yeah. That's unbelievable to me. We owe you 5.9 million. We're going to end up paying you 30 million because we're going to defer it out. I think the
Mets.
Where
do we sign up for that deal, Chip?
Yeah, I need that deal. Jay, we're going to talk to Hank South of Horns 24/7, get the latest on the recruiting picture for the Texas Longhorns. Hank has been slaving over a hot laptop. He and Jordan Scruggs and Will Turboff over at Horns 24/7. And he will join us about 2:15. And but we're gonna talk a little Texas Longhorns football. We are roughly 12 days from SEC Media Days in Atlanta, where Arch Mania will be in full effect, because I reported a couple weeks ago that Arch will indeed be one of the player reps at SEC Media Days for Texas.
Did you report also that there's going to be something like 1,200 media who've been credentialed to attend the circus?
1,200 credentialed media at SEC Media Days. And
look,
yeah, if Arch Manning's appearance at the Manning Passing Academy this past weekend is any indication, it will be mayhem in Hotlanta. So Arch is good at it, though. He lets that stuff roll right off his back. You don't get the sense in talking to him that he's wide-eyed and, oh gosh, what am I getting into? It's ho-hum. He can laugh at himself. He's going to win the press conference. Let's put it that way. I'll be shocked if he doesn't win the press conference. And then obviously August 30th, the Ohio State Buckeyes. And Jay, I wrote about this today in my 3 and Out column at Horns 24/7. If you're going to catch Ohio State this year, I think you want to catch them August 30th while they're working in a new quarterback, a new offensive coordinator, and Brian Hartline, who was the offensive coordinator in 23 before Chip Kelly came and took that role from him. But Chip Kelly's now with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep. New defensive coordinator.
Yeah, new defensive coordinator, Matt Patricia, who ruined my Lions for as long as he was there. I can't look at Matt Patricia and think that he's any kind of a football coach, because his last 2 significant jobs were the Lions head coach. He was just an abomination. And then he goes back to New England, and Bill Belichick takes him from being the defensive coordinator and makes him the offensive coordinator, ruins Mac Jones's career. Mac Jones is now journeyman quarterback after going to the Pro Bowl as a rookie. I'm like, I wish the Cowboys would get Mac Jones as a backup to Dak Prescott.
So I guess that begs the question, which Matt Patricia is Ohio State getting? Is he getting the guy who led all those defenses that, with obviously a little help from a guy named Brady on the other side of the ball, were winning Super Bowls? Or is it, your version of Matt Patricia who, as you said, ruined your Detroit Lions?
Yeah, set him back years. Yeah, it's a good question. And Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator at Ohio State last year, all he wanted was like a new contract in a timely fashion.
Yep.
Ohio State didn't come around, so he started looking around, and James Franklin at Penn State said, "Yeah, Jim, come on over.
Yep.
We'd love to have you. If we can't beat you, we'll have you join us."
Yep.
So that should be a lot of fun. But Jay, I asked you who some of the players to watch in your mind are coming into the season for the Longhorns.
Yes.
So let's go offense first.
Okay. So this is the non-Arch Manning list, right? Because
right, non-Arch Manning.
All eyes are on him, and then maybe more eyes than that are on him, but he can't do it all by his lonesome. And the cupboard is obviously far from bare, but some of the things that I'm looking at are some of the positions and or people. I think first and foremost, with his reputation as being a really, really good deep ball thrower, and what we saw last year when he got to play when Quinn was hurt, he did like to push the ball down the field. The trio of freshman wide receivers, Jamie French, Khalil Lockett, Michael Terry, who of those 3 are going to be in the regular rotation and who can help stretch the field with, opposite Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore. We know Arch is going to want to push the ball down the field. We know Sark loves to call deep shots. So which of those guys is going to be the one to take the top off the defense and open things up underneath? I guess it's a question, Chip, because as you know, before Ryan Wingo last year, in his Texas tenure, Sark has been hesitant to play more than 3 or 4 receivers, and very hesitant to play anybody who's not a junior or older. So I'm, as a fan and a customer, ticket holder, I want to be entertained on Saturdays. I want to see which of these guys is going to make me get out of my seat and throw popcorn on my friends when big things happen.
Yeah. Well, I think what's interesting, they were all here for the spring. Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, Michael Terry III, and they all were up and down. In fact, the most consistent of the early enrollee freshmen was Day McCutcheon.
And he's not somebody who, he doesn't come in with the publicity that the other 3 have. So maybe, we're all wrong, and it's going to be the under the radar guy who just goes about his business and makes plays when the ball goes his way.
Yeah. Yeah,
That'd be all right too.
we talked to Todd Dodge, who coached McCutcheon at Lovejoy last year. And he had an interesting story because he said his first day on the job, like the first day he showed up at Lovejoy High School, there were coaches on campus to see Dalen McCutcheon. In fact, he said it was Ohio State coach Ryan Day who introduced him to Dalen McCutcheon. And Todd Dodge's first instinct was, oh, crap, this is going to be a problem. This guy is going to think he's all world, and I'm going to have to reel him back in. And Todd Dodge said it ended up being the furthest from the truth, that Dalen McCutcheon was a really good teammate, respectful, grinder, and a guy who just gets football, high football IQ, understands concepts, which sort of tells you how he was able to excel in spring ball, because Steve Sarkisian says it all the time. He says, if you're going to play receiver in our offense, you have to know exactly what your role is in every play so that you understand if we tell you the break is at 12 yards, the break is at 12 yards, not a yard sooner or a yard later. And then you got to produce. Yeah. So I think Dalen McCutcheon is a guy who is really going to be fun to watch in fall camp because he doesn't have the speed of a French or a Lockett. And Arch Manning said at the Manning Passing Academy that Khalil Lockett was having a really good summer. So that's something to take note of. And Lockett is a burner. Michael Terry's a bigger guy and a guy who had some really good days and some tough days. I was told, and I'm not trying to throw shade, but I was told there were a lot of deep balls in spring that should have been connected that were dropped. So they gotta calm down. And the summer is a wonderful time to get all that stuff figured out, especially with Arch leading the player-led practices. And so I think it's a legit question. And I personally think you'll see Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and Emmett Mosley the fifth from Stanford as your starting three. Now, that can obviously change. But the thing I liked about Emmett Mosley the fifth and watching his film is he was their go-to guy. I mean, 3 of his touchdowns came on 4th down. And he made the toe tap catches where he's completely extended. He made catches in traffic. He knew how to get open down near the goal line, which is hard to do. We know that. That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about goal line offense today.
No goal line offense today. We'll keep it on the up and up.
Maybe we will, but yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's having people who can get free when space is condensed, and not only get free but make the catch when covered in a tight space is going to be crucial.
Yeah. And you look at a guy like Xavier Worthy, who came in the summer, completely got the concepts, was a playmaker from day one. And so that's kind of the bar for the freshman receivers under Steve Sarkisian in my mind. And the fact that Ryan Wingo got LASIK surgery this offseason, because he had a couple drops in big moments down the stretch there, and he's better than that. We know he's got all kinds of gifts and tools, and he's a guy I expect to take a big step forward this year because he was in the same conversation with Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams
Yes.
coming out of high school last year.
And to put it in Texas perspective, right? The list of freshman wide receivers to excel since Sark took over is Worthy and Wingo.
Yeah.
They're really the only two who saw significant playing time. And Wingo wasn't just out there occupying space. They used him a lot of different ways. And I'm excited to see how they're going to use him, with short passes, with the reverses, with deep routes, things like that, just to keep defenses from lining up and saying, oh, this guy's in the game, this is what he does.
Well, let's bring in Hank South, who covered the Ryan Wingo recruitment. He is the managing editor at horns247.com.
Blocked my headlight there.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Hank, we were just talking about Ryan Wingo, and he was in the same conversation with Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams coming out of high school last year out of East St. Louis. What kind of jump are you expecting from Ryan Wingo this year?
Yeah, I think we should expect a pretty sizable one. Obviously he comes in, he's competing, for catches between, Golden and Bond and DeAndre Moore. So, he didn't have as many opportunities or as many looks as a guy like Jeremiah Smith or Ryan Williams got, since they were kind of the focal points in their own offenses. So, I think with him kind of elevating to wide receiver one now, another year with Arch, kind of building that chemistry. He was dinged up a little bit in the spring, but was able to kind of finish healthy. I think we're going to see a big jump. Is he going to be the same level as, what we saw from Jeremiah Smith? I don't know. I think the talent's there. We just have to kind of see it. But I think he's going to have a pretty big year too in this offense, as he's, more of a focal point with what they want to do. And we'll see kind of how I think teams are going to focus more on DeAndre Moore after seeing what he did last season. Obviously he's not going to be a guy they're completely focusing on, but they're going to have to pay attention to. They're going to have to pay attention to Emmett Mosley. So I think that's going to open up opportunities for Ryan Wingo as well.
What obviously tons of news in recruiting. It's been a visit season, Hank.
Yeah.
I'll let you just take it from there and what you think are the most notable headlines from since last week when we spoke with you.
Yeah, it's kind of been, I guess since we talked last week, it wasn't a great week for Texas. They've kind of gone back and forth where, they started off official visit season really strong. They added 5 commitments from that first weekend of visitors, June 6th through 8th. The next week, we didn't see any guys commit. We saw like KJ Edwards go to Texas A&M, or Sam Roserborough go to Texas A&M, Drake Quinn go to Clemson, and then they hosted their third weekend and they got a little bit the momentum back, landing Richard Wesley from California, who's big time pass rusher, who obviously Texas loved. And, it wasn't a shock he committed. I think everyone was surprised at the timing, but, Texas was on a short list with Oregon. I think Arizona State was another one. And obviously, a lot of heavy hitters in his recruitment. So got a little bit of it back. Texas climbed into the top 10 of the recruiting rankings. So things were looking good. And then, we got to starting last Wednesday, really, we saw a string of decisions of guys, several of which we didn't project to Texas, but I think you could make a strong argument that Texas was right there, number 2 for them, or pushing to, get commitments, whether it be Xavier Crowell, the running back from Alabama. He chose Alabama. We saw James Johnson, the big 4-star defensive lineman from Florida. He chose Georgia. I think one of the, we expected it, but I guess entering last week, one of the bigger surprises was Chase Calicut picking Georgia. I know Jordan Scruggs was all over that on Horns 24/7, kind of painting the fact that Georgia was a serious threat for him, even coming off his official visit to Texas, where he even admitted he silently committed to Texas. Like he was committed to Texas in his mind. And throughout the week, he just had second thoughts and wanted to go to Georgia and play for Kirby Smart. So that was kind of a hit for Texas. They spent a lot of time recruiting him, and I would imagine they'll keep after him. And then we saw Xavier Griffin, the 5-star linebacker, who was down to pretty much Alabama, Texas. He picked Alabama. he has family ties there. They obviously made him a priority for a long time as well. So yeah, that's where we're at entering this week. So, kind of a rough few days for Texas. You got that summer panic on the message boards where, people start to worry about how is this going to unfold. I think Texas is going to be okay. There's some decisions coming up this week of guys that visited in June. I think Texas is right in striking distance to, get back in that top 10, top 5 fold for recruiting with some of these guys set to announce this week.
What are some of those decisions coming up this week that fans should be aware of?
Yeah, so I think the big ones that I think are going to go Texas's way, we feel Texas has the edge. John Turntine III, the offensive lineman from North Crowley, and then Felix Ojo. So both of those guys, who's the 5-star offensive tackle from Lake Ridge, both of those guys are announcing on July 4th. So Texas could have the majority of its offensive line recruiting done by Friday, if those decisions, of course, go Texas's way. And, you got to kind of always add that, the fact that it's fluid, because there's a lot of these kids, like, things are changing by the hour almost. Like, for example, Kendall Gerville, who's a big defensive line target for Texas, he's set to announce tomorrow. He's been saying Texas is his leader for the last month. All signs pointed to Texas. We had a pretty good feel that it was going to be Texas. And then come Monday, Florida kind of circles back and puts a, probably sizable NIL package together for him. And now things are turning back to Florida. And, I think you can kind of see how this comes together. A guy like Trenton Henderson, who Florida was in line to get, now looks like he's going to LSU. So I think maybe they had some resources, maybe clear up, I don't know, for their defensive line recruiting. And they made another push at Kendall Gerville. Obviously NIL is a big part of this. Obviously the school matters too. But, when these things flip so suddenly, I think it's pretty easy to kind of point to what's driving that. But so yeah, Kendall Gerville tomorrow we think is going to go to Florida. We'll see if Texas changes anything over the next 24 hours. But yeah, so I think Ojo, Turntine, those are the two guys we're watching closest. Kosi Okpala, who's a 4-star, I think a 4-star in the composite edge linebacker type player. He's announcing on Thursday. And I think Texas is in pretty good position for him as well. We all have crystal ball picks in for Texas there. Penn State, Miami, Baylor are the competition. And then on Saturday, Bryce Perry Wright is announcing, and he's a 5-star. He's rated as a defensive lineman. He's kind of that in between defensive line edge type position, similar to Richard Wesley a little bit. But he's announcing on Saturday evening on 24/7 Sports' YouTube channel. And that's kind of that feels like a Clemson, Texas race. A&M and Miami are involved as well, but another one Texas is right there in the mix for. So, certainly good news is out there potentially this week for Texas. You got to recruit to the finish line with a lot of these guys. But sounds like they should be getting some good news this week.
So Hank, I'm curious, so with the commitment of Wesley, it's obviously huge on the defensive end and that edge spot. When you're still in the mix with other edge players, with NIL being what it is today, is it harder for teams like Texas to load up at a position like edge, more so than what we saw, with Georgia, where they could load up on the defensive line, and the big, multi-year champion teams we've seen in the past, where they've just been able to stockpile year after year of talent at one position, and maybe bring in 2 of the top 3, 2 of the top 5 guys at a position each year, seemingly. Yeah. How is that changing?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of on a case-by-case basis. I think depth charts, I think that's one big thing with this class is we're seeing Texas's depth chart kind of affect what guys are looking at. And I think teams are using that to, negatively recruit Texas as well, because, obviously Texas is competitive in the NIL world. Like that's no question. It's not like they're, people are saying, they're getting outbid or this and that. And, I don't think that's totally the case in a lot of these guys. I think part of it is they're choosing to kind of allocate resources to premium positions. And part of it is guys look at the depth chart. And so I think, for a year, like, for this cycle, I think you could kind of make that argument, that they're pretty stacked there, but at the same time, that could clear out here in a year or two with NFL draft decisions, and they're going to need new guys. So, it certainly affects it, but I don't think it's anything, significant, considering you're looking at Wesley coming in, and then a guy like Jamarian Carlton also, who's, top 40 player in the country that's seriously considering Texas, and even Trenton Henderson to an extent. So, yeah, it affects it, but I don't think like super significantly, to where it's, it's hurting them.
Hank, July 4th, if John Turntine and Felix Ojo both commit to Texas, talk about the significance of that and what these guys, what level of offensive tackle are we talking about here?
Yeah, that would be really big. This is a class where Texas needed to load up on the offensive line. That great depth they've built is thinning out a little bit, and you never know what the portal is going to bring come December as well, or even draft decisions. If Trevor Gooseby has the year we think he can have, he could be an early round pick. So it's important to load up this class. It's important for the numbers standpoint and the fact that, you have these elite guys in your backyard that you can get. We saw them strike out on guys like Michael Fasusi last year, or Lamont Rogers, or a few others. John Mills flip late to Washington from Texas, the big offensive tackle from San Francisco. So, they want to get their guys this cycle. They've been very focused on them. A guy like John Turntine is, Texas has been recruiting him for years. Like he's had a very close relationship with Kyle Flood, Texas's offensive line coach. He's been on campus a ton. He has family in Austin, I believe. One of his sisters goes to school in Austin, maybe more than that. But he has family in Austin. I think that helps Texas as well. And, the degree field he wants to go into as well with medical school. So that's certainly all pitching Texas very well. And, you look, he's considering Michigan and Stanford too. Like they have obviously great schools as well, but, he's closer to home down in Austin and has really close relationships. So in terms of what they're getting, he's a guy, there's a lot of talk that he could kick inside, maybe not as much length as Felix Ojo. He's being recruited for offensive tackle. That's where Texas has kind of pointed him to. So that's where he's going to start. But, the key word of the last few cycles is versatility. I think that just helps kids that can play different positions. That's just going to help their profile even more. And then Ojo, number one offensive tackle in the 24/7 sports rankings. I know there's a lot of talk last week. He got a little, he had some trouble at the Rivals camp. There's a bunch of Twitter highlights of him getting beat by a few guys. But what I'll say about Felix Ojo is, he talks on Twitter about being the top offensive tackle in the country. He's going to prove it. And he actually does go out and, 95% of the time he's winning these, one-on-ones in camps that I should mention are not padded or anything as well, which I think kind of favors the pass rusher in those situations. But I will say he goes out and he competes and he tries to earn it. And I think that says a lot about the kind of player he is, that he's not just saying it and then, shying away from these camps or competition. He goes and does it. He came to Texas last summer and earned his offer at camp. So everything he's done, he's earned. So I think that says a lot about him. One bad day isn't going to define him. And, people, Twitter loves to take those clips and run with it. And I'm sure, if he commits to Texas, you'll see plenty of people trying to use those. But no, he's a solid prospect. A lot of length. He's athletic. I think I forgot what we currently have him at, but he's every bit of it. And just a guy Texas has loved from the jump when they offered him.
We were talking about the freshman receivers for Texas: Jamie French, Kalik Lockett, Michael Terry III, and Dalen McCutcheon. Based on covering these guys coming out of high school, who do you think is most likely to end up being an impact guy as a freshman?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn there. I'm kind of almost between a guy like Kalik Lockett or even Dalen McCutcheon, who we weren't even really mentioning early on prior to this spring. I think he had a really good spring. I think Kalik Lockett kind of fits what someone could do, almost kind of like what Ryan Wingo did this past season in Texas's offense, kind of complementing the other three pass catchers. So I think those guys, Kalik Lockett, I just feel like he's already, he physically a step above. And, I think if you asked me this 6 months ago, I probably would have said Jamie French. I think you could pick all of them and not be wrong. But in terms of after what we saw in the spring, I think Lockett or a guy like McCutcheon kind of fits what a first year player could do in terms of what Texas would be asking them to do to step in. You don't have to come in and be flashy or, be the guy. You just need to kind of come in and, throughout that rotation and contribute in different ways. So that's who I would pick. But I'll be curious to see how that battle goes into the fall, who kind of emerges in that rotation, or is it going to be just heavy, Mosley, Moore, Wingo, which I'm sure it will be, who kind of emerges as that next guy up off the bench.
I wonder, we know Sark's history of, other than Worthy and even Wingo last year, to rely heavily on experienced receivers and mainly just the 3 or 4. Being that you always have to recruit your players, it seems these days, to bring in a group like French, Lockett, Terry, and McCutcheon, and then not play them very much. How much does the threat that they may start looking early to leave if they don't get the time that they think they might have earned or want come into how a coach should look at it and utilize his depth chart?
Yeah, it's tough because I think wide receivers by nature, it's kind of a diva position. Like you want to fight for your catches. They kind of have the biggest personalities. But I think one thing they've done, and you make a good point. Like you do have to, you do run that risk. Another school could come and say, "Hey, you weren't playing this year. You'll start for us next year." It's easy as that. Come in the portal. But I think Texas does a good job too of recruiting kids that see the vision. And I know Chris Jackson does this really well. And the development aspect of it. It's not just, you're still going to get your NIL. You're still going to, that whole part of the recruiting, but you're also going to learn behind some of these guys. And if you wait your turn, you're going to have an opportunity to really excel. And you can use several, whether it's Jordan Whittington, you can use that as an example of. Obviously, he was there for a while. DeAndre Moore, you're seeing other guys that have waited their turn in the program and stepped up. And so I think they saw that role real well. But yeah, you do probably want to get them involved in some way, whether it's, even if it's not on offense, if it's just, playing special teams or seeing the field in some capacity. But they recruit in a certain kind of kid. And I think all those kids, from my experience, getting to know them, understand the bigger picture, and they're not threats to just jump in the portal if they don't get their way right out of the gate. I think they see the bigger picture. And I think Texas has done a good job of working with that. I know there was a lot of buzz last year. Aaron Butler was going to go in the portal because he hadn't played at all or did anything. But, here we are going into the next year. He's still with the team. So I think Texas does a good job of managing that. That's when that whole kind of, personnel staff comes into play. And, this huge staff Texas has of all these different people. I think they help manage that and kind of help these guys see the bigger picture of, what the plan is for them.
I think Steve Sarkisian mentioned on the Third and Longhorn podcast a week ago that they need guys to be willing to take less in terms of NIL money up front, with the realization that if they come and are successful, they'll have more opportunities to earn NIL money once they get to Texas. Are you hearing that on the recruiting trail, and how is that message being received, do you think?
Yeah. Obviously, you have, it's tough. And this came up last year too. It was like, and I think Sark said the same thing last year. It's like, they're not going to pay an incoming player that's never played a down of college football more than what a 2 or 3 year contributor, or a guy that has certainly proved his worth is going to get. And that's just how it is. And people don't, people get mad, when we say that, or, they hear that and they're like, oh, well, but it's work for Texas. And whether that's like structuring their deals to 3 years, this amount, or, upfront payments, this, and like, it's just how it is. And so certainly you have to be competitive to kind of get your foot in the door. But, it doesn't make a lot of sense to fracture your locker room by bringing in a kid for, what was the Michigan quarterback last year, like $12 million, like to cover, or maybe I'm overshooting it, but that can't help. That can't be, good for a locker room culture. And obviously Texas preaches that a lot. And I think it's shown, they didn't, after the portal, after the during the playoff, they only lost one player who was a projected starter the next year, Amari Niblack, to the portal. A guy that, was going to see more minutes this year. And I think that goes to show that they're good at kind of massaging these situations and making sure everyone's happy and being smart about where they're going to allocate resources. And if there's a kid you just really can't miss on, or you really have to have, like, maybe that's one thing, but to make a habit of just paying kids that have never played college football and have never even stepped foot on campus yet more than what your junior linebacker is making, it's probably not a good practice.
Well, Jack, just flashed the name James Simon.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of running backs that are getting a lot of conversation. Obviously, Quintravian Wisner, CJ Baxter coming back, Christian Clark. I think Arch Manning mentioned Christian Clark's name at the Manning Passing Academy among the guys who are having a good summer. But what did you like about James Simon coming out of high school?
Yeah, I mean, he has an aggressive running style. He can run between the tackles, he can kick out, he can do a lot of different things. He's kind of the perfect Texas running back. They ask the running backs to do a lot in the passing game. He can do it all. And I like that competitive edge he has. He's from Louisiana. Those kids usually bring the juice. His dad's a coach. You got to like that too, in terms of how he was raised around the game. So I've heard nothing but great things about James Simon. It might be tough to see a lot of carries early just because he has a lot of talent in front of him with Wisner. We'll see how Baxter responds to everything, and obviously Jarrett Gibson. But God forbid something happens again in fall camp like we saw last August. Maybe James Simon might be thrust into a role, depending on how injuries unfold, or if Baxter can't go 100% as early as people might hope he will. Maybe James Simon kind of gets into the conversation a little bit more. But he's a great kid. He's competitive. He can put on the truck stick. So I like him a lot. I think he's going to be really good in this offense.
Jay, you got one more?
Yeah, I mean, Baxter and Christian Clark obviously lost for the season, as you referenced during preseason practices. Clark with the Achilles seems to be closer to 100% than Baxter with the knee, which kind of seems maybe a little bit backwards in terms of injury recovery.
Yeah.
What have you heard about timelines on them when both will be full go? So that Texas doesn't maybe have to rely on a Simon or a Ricky Stewart when they go up to Columbus on August 30th.
Yeah. I haven't heard much. I know they're being cautious. I know Sark referenced this in the spring too. A guy like Jonathan Brooks who, had the ACL injury, and not that he rushed back, but if you do come back from that too quick, you run the risk of, re-injuring it or having
Right.
another, scenario where that happens. And of course, that really sucks for Jonathan Brooks. But so I think they're using that as kind of a cautionary tale. Like, let's not rush this. Let's make sure it's right. I know he was returned to recently to resume workouts and everything. I would imagine Texas is going to take a little bit different of an approach with fall camp, and maybe you obviously you want to simulate game situations, you want to simulate football as much as you can, but you have to obviously take into account that you don't want to have what happened last year happen again, because you could even argue that was the difference between making it to the national championship game and not. Had they had a healthy CJ Baxter on the goal line. So so I haven't heard an exact timelines, but it does seem like both are trending to be able to contribute this year. And like you mentioned, that is crazy to think of an Achilles tear being a quicker recovery than an ACL injury, but both obviously are super significant things you want to take slow.
Yeah, and they're both running. I mean, they're both
Yeah.
full speed. So it'll be a question of how much do they, limit the contact that they have. But at the same time, you got to develop confidence in that knee, and you got to develop confidence in that Achilles to know that once you hit the season, you're all systems go and not hesitating. But yeah, I mean, everything I've heard is CJ Baxter is on a mission. So is Christian Clark. What's interesting to me is Christian Clark is the guy that Tashard Choice told me reminds him of Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
From
Arizona too. Yeah.
Yeah. From a contact balance, elusiveness, kind of standpoint. So that's going to perk up everyone's
Right.
attention. And, James Simon, I was told, is Jarek Gibson with better hands.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think you just got to be happy with, the depth you have now. You're going into last fall camp where you have to go into the portal, a week and a half prior to your season opener to get Velton
Right.
Gardner, who
Right.
obviously, wasn't able to really ever contribute outside of the Colorado.
Well, he got hurt too, right?
Yeah, he had that eye
injury.
Yeah. So, that what a crazy situation that was to have to manage. And, I think Texas handled it pretty well, all things considered. Trey Wisner ended up elevating his game, and Jarek Gibson was able to contribute, and Jaden Blue was good. But to have a little bit more of a stable of running backs, I think, Chad Scott's going to be pretty happy to be able to work with that this fall.
Hank, anything else that is at the top of your notebook or fans need to know about?
No, we're in July commitment season. So, July 1st, again, this week, we'll see. There's always July 4th commitments. Last year it was the sky is falling. Decoria Moore committed to Oregon. We're still a few weeks away from Texas really turning it up in recruiting. So, that's where we're kind of at right now. It's a dead period all July. So there's no more summer pool party recruiting visits really until the start of the season, because August is dead as well. So we're kind of in a weird recruiting period now to where it's no face-to-face contact for a couple months. So, coaches probably taking some last chance vacations before, they start the fall camp and everything. And so that's where we're at right now. And so should still be pretty newsy though, I think, throughout the next few weeks.
Okay, real quick, and if it's better for me to ask you this next week, I will. But with July 1st being today, and that's the beginning of Rev Share, the House settlement kicks in today. Are you picking up any different kind of signals on the recruiting trail yet, or not yet?
Not yet. I don't think anything's really going to change. I just saw someone posted a tweet saying it was like the chart of NIL payments made in June, and it was like, I think it was double what was made last year. So people are finding loopholes. They're figuring out ways they can still, be competitive in the NIL space within the salary cap and everything. So I think if anything, this whole house settlement thing is going to make everything a little bit more chaotic. Hopefully I'm wrong, because, you would like a little bit of, you would like a little bit more of, calmness to it. But, I haven't heard of anything changing. What's up, Mark? So yeah, we'll see as the next few weeks come and go. But so far it's kind of full steam ahead from what I've seen across college football. And we're seeing this with late pushes NIL wise, with a guy like Kendall Gerville or even Trenton Henderson. Like it's not really reining it in yet.
Yeah. Hank, great stuff, man. Keep up the great work. Everybody needs to get over to horns247.com. Keep up with all the incredible recruiting coverage, team coverage, you name it. Football season never ends at Horns 24/7. Hank, let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. There he is, the MVP, the managing editor of Horns 24/7, Hank South. All right. I got 15 more minutes here with Jay Plotkin, and then Brad Kellner, the man that I hired as an intern years ago and is now my boss, is going to step in.
Calling the big guns.
Bring in the boss man. But Jay, we were talking about, some of the guys that you are most intrigued, non-arch players on the Texas football team that you're most intrigued to see coming into the season. Give me a couple
We talked about
others.
the receivers. We talked about the two running backs, Baxter and Clark. To kind of round out the offense, I think the way that Brandon Baker is going to fit with the offensive line, and I think it's important that it's Baker that he earns his way in, because a couple of years ago he was probably should have had Hank confirm this, but he was one of the top offensive line recruits.
Yes.
And the way that he can, that that Kyle Flood continues to develop, the big humans he brings in, to have a guy who was a 5-star recruit and in the conversation for best offensive lineman in his recruiting class, get on the field and stay there, kind of will add more fuel to his fire, or more momentum to his recruiting moving forward. But obviously, I think a lot of fans are eager to see what Brandon Baker has to offer, and how he can maybe solidify that right side of the line opposite Trevor Gooseby. And then Jack Endries, the transfer tight end from Cal. Every quarterback needs a security blanket for a year. We know what Gunnar Helm was to Quinn Ewers last year. If Endries can be that to Arch, and make defenses have to respect that intermediate middle area, and create more room for the 4 or 5 guys who are going to, or 6 guys who are going to rotate on the outside. I think that's just going to make the offense go that much. Let me to use the go-to Texas phrase, right? All gas, no brakes. Like if the tight end if Endries can be the guy to keep Arch moving, it really lets the coaches just kind of put the pedal down and explore everything that they have to offer, or they have at their disposal.
Yeah, and I think Endries is big time. I mean, I think he's first of all, he's going to be a 4th-year junior. He knows how to get open against man and zone. He wants the ball. He had 56 catches last year. Gunnar Helm had 60 and set the record at Texas for a tight end in a single season. I think, and again, Arch Manning mentioned Endries at the Manning Passing Academy as a guy who's probably going to surprise people this year. And that's a good thing, because you're right, Jay. You got to have that guy that's a problem across the middle of the field or down the seam, in one-on-one coverage. Got to make them pay. And I think Endries can do it.
Yeah, these guys are probably going to beat linebacker coverage, and if they're wearing out the opposing defense's linebacker, now they have to bring a safety up to help with that coverage, and that just creates, if the plan is to involve the deep ball more, getting one safety out of center field and creating more room for a Wingo or a Lockett or a French or even a Mosley to get deep and beat a guy one-on-one, you're just increasing your explosiveness.
Yeah.
And playing into your quarterback's strengths, or what we all think is one of your quarterback's strengths.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's going to be, that's you. What I like about what Steve Sarkisian did in the portal is they're going for it. They're going for it. You bring in 5 defensive tackles, you're going for the national championship.
Right.
You bring in a Jack Endries, one of the top 2 portal tight ends this offseason. And I wrote about this today in the 3 and Out column. That Texas Ohio State game will have the 2 top transfer tight ends featured in that game. Ohio State has Max Clare, the transfer from Purdue, who was catching touchdown passes from a guy you used to cover.
Yeah, one Hudson Card. You covered him for a bit as well, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And Claire is already, I see Athlon already has him projected as the first team all Big Ten tight end. So that will be a little nugget to keep in mind as that Texas Ohio State game draws near.
Leading up to that one, there are going to be so many juicy matchups and position group battles that I know you guys will break down. And the good news is we have 8 weeks to do it, 8 weeks to digest 8 or 9 weeks to digest all that, so that we're all ready for the game on August 30th.
Oh yeah, thank you, Chris Del Conte, for scheduling that matchup and giving us so much red meat to serve up in these summer months when we're all just counting down to the beginning of college football season. Jay, what about on defense?
So you mentioned it, bringing in 5 defensive tackles. You think about the best Texas teams, in the past, right? They've had massive combinations and dominant combinations on the interior line. So said goodbye to several NFL picks in Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, and that's on the heels of of the year before.
Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat.
You've got to keep filling that pipeline, and so we're really looking. I'm really looking for a group of 2 or 3 out of that duo, probably Marat Watson, Cole Brevard first and foremost, to anchor that middle. Texas has so many playmakers with Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, even Brad Spence coming in as a linebacker. The defensive line's first job is to occupy those offensive linemen and keep them off of the playmakers behind them. And if that group can do that again, and let Anthony Hill and Lafau run free and just go straight to the ball, in the running game, that's kind of job one and goal one. If you can't control the line of scrimmage, you're going to have issues. Those guys are the key to controlling the line of scrimmage. The other 2 that kind of I have my eye on are at the back end. And one is Jonah Williams, who we got to see toward the tail end of baseball season make a big impact for Jim Schlossnagel's club. Now we turn our attention to football for him and get to see exactly what he might bring as, certainly one of the top recruits out of Texas, and one of the top recruits that Sark and team brought in. So want to see how they integrate him into the defensive mix with a group that's already loaded at safety. And then, one of those guys coming back is the other one I wrote down is Derek Williams, who was he made a lot of plays through the Oklahoma game. Unfortunately lost for the year in that game. How does he return? When is he full go, kind of under the same guise of Baxter and Clark? When does he go? When is he full go? How does he fit into the rotation? You've got Jelani McDonald, who you have been a big fan of since spring practice. You get the sense that he's got to be a guy who's on the field. So Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, Derek Williams, Jonah Williams, a couple of other guys that I'm not going to mention right now who have been playing a lot of safety. How do we pair those guys with the guys covering on the outside? You lose a Jahdae Barron, you're not going to replace that right away or overnight with maybe somebody, at least on paper, who's as good today as what Barron gave you. But with Manny Muhammad seemingly locking down one spot outside, you move Jalen Gilbo from the star to the other outside spot. Who takes the star spot? Who adds depth on the outside? We've talked about Kobe Black, and I know you've got your eye on a couple other guys who have really flashed through spring and early part of summer.
Yeah, and I think Jelani McDonald is going to be, they had him play nickel against Arizona State when, with big Cam Scadaboo coming through there, they wanted a bigger guy, bigger hitter, and so Jelani McDonald was sort of the big nickel, and Jalen Gilbo was the other nickel. And so if Jalen Gilbo is showing that he can hold up in coverage on the outside to make room for everybody, does Jelani McDonald move into that star role? Because having him near the line of scrimmage against the run is not a bad thing. The guy is a hitting machine and can run. He played corner in high school at Waco Connolly. So he's one of those freaks. I mean, he's, 6'2", 204, hits like he's 220, runs like he's 180. Yeah. So I'm really excited about Jelani McDonald. I think he's, he's definitely a candidate for my breakout player of the year on defense. And then, if the Jalen Gilbo experiment is very, very, very similar to what they did with Jade Barron in, spring and fall camp. And Jade not only held up, he won the Thorpe Award, 5 interceptions, the works. And part of the reason they liked the idea of Jade Barron out at corner against Michigan is because he was a good run defender too. So if he needed to come off his receiver, he could come downhill and make plays against the run.
There, yeah. Because he does love to play. That was kind of where he made his mark. How many highlights did you see of teams trying to throw quick screens out against him, and he's seemingly always made the play at the line of scrimmage or 2 or 3 yards in the backfield. As a junior, wasn't he kind of a rarity, like as a defensive back who was among the team leaders in tackle for loss?
Yeah, he was. In 2022, he was the team leader in tackles for loss with 11, which, think Anthony Hill had 16 and a half tackles for loss last year. And in 2022, it was Jade Barron with 11 tackles for loss. And yeah, the guy is just a phenomenal football talent. And we talked to Dan Neal yesterday. Dan Neal, former Longhorns offensive lineman, 2-time All-American, 2-time Super Bowl winner with the Denver Broncos. And you heard how excited Dan Neal was to have Jade Barron on his Broncos defense. Jade Barron with Brandon Jones and PJ Locke now in that Denver Broncos secondary. So Dan Neal yesterday, very excited about all those Longhorns now wearing the bright orange instead of the burnt orange. The old Orange Crush defense they need that to come back. Just like A&M's trying to bring back the Wrecking Crew, Jay. Well, since the mid 90s, they've been trying to bring back the Wrecking Crew.
Yes. They played solid defense last year. Obviously on that one day, Texas played better defense. A&M really didn't score. It was a defensive touchdown. But yeah, I think, we're looking forward to a couple games, right? August 30th. And then, to have that game back in Austin on Thanksgiving weekend, is another one, but that's a whole nother story. And, even though we're in the summer and we can talk about whatever we want, probably don't want to talk about game 12 before we've thoroughly hashed about game 1 or 2 or whatever.
I do think
it that way.
I do think A&M's going to be better though. 4 starters back on the offensive line. Marcel Reed probably takes another step. They brought in Mario Craver from Mississippi State at receiver and KC Concepcion from NC State. They picked up Amari Niblack. Let's see what he does for them.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Ruben Owens, Le'Veon Moss. So I think A&M should be better. Now they go to Notre Dame week 3 and they'll go to LSU but South Carolina comes to them and Florida comes to them. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
I think everybody would love to see both of these teams on, Thanksgiving Friday, playing for a spot in the SEC championship game again.
Yeah.
That's what the game deserves. And it's what fan bases from both teams deserve. Having all, kind of a winner take all, you get bragging rights for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
I know people in my house are already looking forward to that.
Yeah. Well, Jay, man, I appreciate you, co-hosting with me for hour 1 of the show. Let's do it again.
My pleasure, man. Thank you for the invite. It was a lot of fun, and keep up the great work. And I will see you on the court or on the course somewhere soon.
Yeah. Us old farts getting after it.
Yep.
Still got a little fire in us.
Acting like we're young tennis players. Yep.
That's right. There he
Thanks,
is.
Chip. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. We'll do it again.
Awesome.
There he is. Jay Plotkin. Long time high school sports writer for the Austin American Statesman. And now we bring in my former intern turned boss, the one and only Brad Kellner, BK. BK, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'll tell you one thing, Chip. Jay is a much better person than I am because, there are people who agree with Jay. There are people who would love that Texas A&M game to be for a spot in the SEC championship every year. That's not how I roll. I hope Texas is 11-0 and A&M is 0-11 going into that regular season finale, and I want to stick the final fork in a winless Aggie season. So I'm not a house divided. I grew up with all Longhorn fans. Like that's the way I was raised. It wasn't, I hope both teams are good. I hope both teams have fun. No, it is, I want one team to always be great and the other team to always be miserable. So that's my goal for every time the Lone Star Showdown happens in football.
Well, and they've been down, and I had a conversation with a person yesterday about, is Mike Elko the guy? I think Mike Elko's the guy. I want to see, with a full year of Marcel Reed and a full off season with Colin Klein as the offensive coordinator, what kind of improvement Marcel Reed makes here in year two, because he had some good moments. He was he was good at Florida. He was good against Arkansas. Texas had him completely turned upside down, and Trey Moore was sacking him, and Makuba was lighting people up. And, until the third quarter, when Texas turns it over twice in the A&M red zone, there was no sign of life. And then all of a sudden there was a sign of life. I mean, A&M's driving to make it a 17-14 game, and you get the big goal line stand, Ethan Burke wrapping up. Oh God, I've forgotten the name of the kid, Mari Daniels, right there at the goal line. So, I mean, I think Texas fans are happy that game is in Austin.
I'll take it. Take it. I don't know if it matters very much, right? I know there were a lot of Texas fans who were a little nervous going into College Station last year, but obviously things worked out pretty well for the Longhorns. And like you said, I mean, look, ifs and nuts and candies and butts, and if my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle, whatever they say. That could have been a 31-0 game instead of 17-7, right? Like you said, I mean, the only A&M score was on a bad Quinn Ewers decision and kind of a bad break. And Texas, as it did so often last year, shot itself in the foot in the red area. So they kind of breathed. The only little bit of life A&M had in that game was courtesy of Texas. So, look, you always want games at home. You always want rivalry games at home. But Chip, I've known you long enough. I've known me long enough. I think I've known you long enough, too, to where you and I would both be picking the Longhorns to win this year, even if that game was back at Kyle Field.
Yeah. I mean, I think and I was just talking about this with Jay, Texas is going for it. Steve Sarkisian's going for it. You bring in 5 defensive tackles, you bring in Jack Endries, you bring in Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, at receiver ahead of those stud freshmen you just brought in. You're going for it. And they should, because, on paper, people are like, man, Texas, Arch Manning looks good. They got talent. They're the only team that's been to the college football playoff semifinals back-to-back years. I'd probably put Clemson up there with Cade Klubnik. A lot of people like LSU. I'm not not there yet. I'm not there yet with LSU. So
yeah, I think I'm somewhere between you and other people with LSU. Like I'm not as down on them as you are, but I'm not as high on them as like there are people. Shoot, you and I will be in Atlanta together in a few weeks. Like there will be people who pick LSU in the top 2. I don't know how many people are going to pick LSU to win the conference, but there are going to be people who are picking the Tigers to make the SEC championship game. And I haven't seen enough from the fake BK to subscribe to that thought just yet.
that's right. That's right. Okay, where are you on Oklahoma?
You know, I am like, for my whole life, Oklahoma was always good. So I've always given them the benefit of the doubt. Like even going into that 49-0 game at the Cotton Bowl a couple years ago, where it was clear like Texas was the much better team and OU didn't have a real quarterback playing quarterback. It was like, I don't know, this could be a close game because it's Oklahoma and they're all like, I always think they're going to be good because again, for like I don't remember John Blake. I was too young for that. So I had Bob Stoops and I had Lincoln Riley. And I had OU winning the Big 12 pretty much every other year, maybe more often than that. So like it's almost my UTSD, but for OU kicks in where it's like, I feel like they're going to be good. I think they're like, if they had Texas's schedule, Chip, I think they could win 9 games. I think they probably would win 9 games, but they don't have Texas's schedule. And very grateful for that. Oklahoma fans are still pissed. I was, looking at an Oklahoma social media guy earlier today, and someone was still complaining about the SEC wronging them with their schedule for the first 2 years. So, like, if they had Texas's schedule, I think they'd be like 8, probably 9 wins. But because their schedule is where it is, like, I'll give them 7 if things go right and John Mateer isn't freaked out at the huge jump in competition going from whatever conference Wazoo was in to the SEC. Then I'll give them 8 wins, but I don't know if that answers your question. I think they're better. I like the Arbuckle hire. I like getting Mateer. If Deion Burke stays healthy and their wide receivers stay healthy, then that will obviously help them a lot. But I look at their schedule and that Michigan game in week 2 is going to tell us a lot, right? I know that's not a conference game, but that's a team you feel like, all right, if OU beats, you're not giving them 10 wins. But if OU loses to Michigan with likely a true freshman quarterback in Norman, then it's like Brent Venables might be dead man walking the rest of the year.
Yeah, that's a game OU should win.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no Mason Graham. There's no Jay Johnson. That's a game that is winnable for OU. Now, Auburn in Norman, September 20th, the Jackson Arnold Bowl. That game, I think, will tell us a lot too.
Yeah.
And then obviously they get the Longhorns in the Red River Shootout on October 11th. Texas will be coming off the road trip to Florida.
Yeah, I don't want to sit here and say OU has to be 5-0 going into Dallas, but like they're going to be favored in their first 5 games. So any loss and then boom, all of a sudden you lose again to Texas, then it's looking at what OU has after that with the trip to South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Bama, Missouri, and LSU the rest of the way. It's like you really want to do yourself some good early in the season because the second half is tough.
Yeah. And that's also where your depth, how's your depth? Who's on the IR at that point? So
would that be, Chip, you've been around Oklahoma football longer than I have. Like, how embarrassing of a loss would Auburn be? Because Auburn's not supposed to be very good. So losing to them at home is bad enough on its surface. But like Jackson Arnold, the guy you basically told Dylan Gabriel to leave because you thought you had the next guy with Jackson Arnold. And he stunk. I don't blame OU for moving off of him. I don't think Brent Venables had a choice. But like, if you let him go and then you let him come in with, I think, a worse team into your building and beat you, like that's in my lifetime, bad. That would be one of OU's most embarrassing defeats.
Yeah, I mean, I called it the Jackson Arnold Bowl for a reason because he was your 5-star. You put him in a terrible spot last year. Seth Luttrell's offense was terrible. Obviously, they had tons of injuries at the receiver position. I thought they took Jackson Arnold out and put Michael Hawkins in just to keep Jackson Arnold from getting killed.
Yeah.
At least Michael Hawkins could run around. I mean, Jackson Arnold's a dual threat as well. But, Auburn they got Eric Singleton, the receiver from Georgia Tech that Texas wanted. They've got some guys back on the offensive line. They've loaded up in the portal again. This is a make or break year for Hugh Freeze. So I think Auburn, they're kind of one of those X factor teams in the conference that I think, they were 5-7 last year. They could easily be 7-5 this year. I don't know if that saves Hugh or not, but they play at Baylor to open the season, and people are high on, Sawyer Richardson or whoever. Robertson, sorry. In Baylor. So let's see if Auburn can go on the road and flex some SEC muscle.
I don't know if you remember the Auburn OU game last year at Jordan-Hare, but that was bonkers. That was like one of my favorite games of the college football year because it was so ugly, but it was great. Came down to the last couple of minutes of the game, but it was just like which team could screw up less. I think both teams are better this year. At least they should be better this year. But that's one might not be on your radar. There's going to be plenty of better college football games on that Saturday, I'm sure. But you might be in for a comedy of errors in Norman for that one if it's anything like last year's game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Are there any Texas players you're super intrigued by that you're I want to see what this guy's all about?
Yeah, no, I like you've been talking a lot about Jelani McDonald. He's one of those guys. I'm just this is another UTSD moment for me. The turnaround that Texas secondary had from 23 to 24 almost makes no sense. It makes sense because you had some studs there. You had a first-round pick and you had a second-round pick. You had Michael Taft, who was an All-American. But in 2023, you had Jahdae Barron and you had Michael Taft too. So, and you had the same coaches. I get there was a lot of other personnel changes, but it's just what's the real Texas secondary, right? I don't think they're as bad as they were 2 years ago. I don't think they'll ever be that bad, again. But can they be as good as they were last year? Because you're replacing a couple of monsters, guys who I think are going to dominate the NFL for a long time. And it's do you have enough with Jelani McDonald and Jalen Gilbo moving to the outside and Derek Williams coming off of injury? We know what Michael Taft is. We know what Manny Muhammad is. I'm not very worried about those guys. But your other three and your starting five, if you will, of your secondary, that to me is going to be huge for the success of Texas football. So I'm giving you three. Ask for one. I'll mention Jelani because I know he's a guy you're high on and you've been writing about him a ton over at Horns 24/7. But also, Derek Williams, Jalen Gilbo, Phil Sami, Wardell Matt, the whole next up group in the Texas secondary, they're a big key for me this year.
Well, and I'm with you on that. And I was very, vocal about the fact that the connection that Jahdae Barron, Andrew Makuba, and Michael Taft had from their days training together, during COVID, when they were all at different high schools, that was really, really critical to the communication, the comfortability, the execution of that secondary. I'm with you. That is not just plug and play stuff. Now, the good news is Jelani McDonald, Derek Williams, even though he wasn't playing the second half of the season, I think they witnessed it, understand it, know how important it is to have that kind of communication, and they need to do everything they can to emulate it. Now, I think Andrew Makuba showed us he is special, and I'm so pissed he went to the Philadelphia Eagles because they just keep loading up on defense. But yeah, that was a special group, a special connection that Michael Taft, Jelani if he's playing star, or Derek Williams if he's playing safety, or Jonah Williams if he shows that he's every bit the, kind of the prodigy, athletic prodigy that we saw from him in baseball. It's going to be fun to watch how that all plays out, because, man, I've heard some crazy, great things about Jonah Williams as a football player, in addition to his baseball prowess.
Yeah,
I got it over 300 in his final.
Play the role of Zay here. I won't do any accents or impressions. I don't want to offend anybody, but I know Zay freaked out because Jonah Williams got hurt a couple of times during baseball season, right? And he was like, "Man, if he's hurt baseball, that's not football. What's going to happen when he steps foot on the gridiron?" So are you, they don't need Jonah Williams to be great this year. They've got enough ahead of him on the depth chart to where he could be a nice shot in the arm. Whatever you get from him is gravy. But are you at all worried that maybe there's not enough time to transition from baseball body to football body?
I think Torrey Becton does a really good job of keeping these guys from the soft tissue injuries. Now, I think especially summer into fall camp into the season. So I know Wingo had a hamstring in the spring. They didn't want to mess with it. So I think Jonah Williams just needs to get with Torrey Becton and let's see if he can run like the wind, because we know he can at 6'3", 217, for God's sake, and hits like a hammer. So, I mean, I don't know how he fits in. I don't know where he fits in, but I would expect to see a lot of them against San Jose State, Sam Houston State, in that little stretch.
Yeah, big stretch.
I mean, that's when you get some really good minutes for those backups, and you see what they've got. You see if they've got it.
Big stretch for a lot of reasons. I mean, no one's going to really focus on those 3 games from weeks 2 through 4, but you see what you got with the young guys. You see if they're worthy of being a part of things in conference play, but perhaps more importantly, you give your starters a rest. Arch Manning winning the Heisman would be cool, but Arch Manning being healthy in January is a lot cooler. So it's if you get in situations where you've got 30-point leads at halftime of all 3 of those games, then hey, Arch, hey, Trey Wisner, hey, Ryan Wingo, hey, Gooseby, down the list. Hey, take a seat. Y'all are done for the day. Let's give you a rest. I mean, Sark talks about it. Every coach talks about it. It's such a marathon now in college football. You've got to be rotating guys, especially in the heat. I mean, you've got an 11 a.m. and a 3 o'clock kick in September for 2 of those games here in Austin. So keeping your starters, your important guys, healthy is very important. But like you said, seeing what you got with those young cats is pretty big too.
Yeah, give me some Trey Owens. Trey Owens, last time we saw him was in, spring ball, and he was zipping it to all over the field. And in fact, his team won the spring game because he was throwing it to Ryan Wingo for touchdowns. But I think Trey Owens is good. And look, he may end up being Malik Murphy, but you need to give him some run there in those games where you've got the big lead. And if he looks really good and gets pulled away at the end, okay. Because I think they believe in Trey Owens. I mean, I know they brought in Matthew Caldwell, but I think they brought in Matthew Caldwell in case something happened to Arch, and then you're down to Trey Owens and Matthew Caldwell. And if something happened to Trey Owens, you'd rather have a guy with some experience than throwing a true freshman in there in KJ Lacey. So, but that's another indication Texas is going for it. You could bring in a 4th scholarship quarterback from Troy who didn't win a lot of games, but played against some good teams. Knows what it's like to be in the fire.
Saying bringing in the Trojan helps with protection. Is that what you're saying here? Protecting the quarterback? I like that. It's good
You need
advice.
some protection, baby.
Absolutely.
You don't want any surprises.
No surprises. No, none of us want any of that. But
Don't want any surprises.
If I mean, we're CB when you need him. I don't know if Chris Bennett is listening right now, but he always has the stat at his disposal. Like all of the years that Texas has needed a backup quarterback to play since 2000. You don't necessarily need the stat. Like if you've watched this team, you know it's very rare that a Texas QB starts and finishes every game of a season. And again, longer seasons than ever before. It feels like it's going to be even more difficult for that to happen. So, Malik Murphy, obviously he wasn't as great as we wanted him to be, but he did start and win 2 games for Texas in 2023. If he doesn't, Texas doesn't play in the Big 12 championship game. They don't make the college football playoff. So it's like,
That's right.
If Trey Owens is just that, like I think Texas has enough talent to where depending on the team, they could beat teams with Trey Owens in there. But you have to have just that insurance policy right in that room just in case. I mean, look, if Arch misses 2 months, knock on wood, like you're done. You know that. But if Arch misses 1 game, then hopefully you've got enough to where somebody you can turn to in that room can get you a win in a pinch.
Mike says we need OU to win enough to keep Brent Venables.
Yeah, what's that magic number? Like whatever he has to get, I want him to get. I don't want him to get 10 or 11 because then it's like, oh, they might actually have a good coach and we all jumped the gun a little too early. But like if he's 5-7, he's gone. If he's 6-6, again, he's probably gone. Is it 7 wins? Is it 8 wins? Like what keeps him around?
Yeah, I think 8, 9 wins. He's fine. 8 wins. I think he's fine. Yeah. If it's a 6-6 season where he beats some, bedraggled bum in the bowl game for 7-6, I don't know. The question is, who'd you go get? If you're letting go of Venables, do you go? And Joe Castiglione is known for, taking chances on coordinators. Hired Bob Stoops as a defensive coordinator at Florida. No head coaching experience before he got to OU. Hired Lincoln Riley from within, obviously. Mm-hmm. And Venables, who had no head coaching experience. So,
do you think OU would call Stoops?
Would call
Bob Stoops to like take over, not like for his advice. Of course, they'd call him for his advice, but like, do you think there's a chance? Stoops retired early. A part of that was because his dad died from a heart attack on the sideline while he was coaching. So it's like, Bob didn't want to go through that fate. He wants to hang out with his kids and grandkids, and it's very admirable. But like, you think Castiglione would try to convince Bob Stoops to come out of retirement, even if it's just like 2 or 3 years? Like, hey, get this ship back on track. Give me time to go find somebody who's like young and up and coming, and help us with NIL because people will be donating a ton of money if you're the coach again. There's any chance that guy gets the first call or at least a call?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think Bob's now, I know he coached in that UFL or whatever it was, American League of Football, or
I think he's still there in Arlington, isn't he? I think so.
Yeah. So I just don't know if he has the college coaching is such a 24/7. And that's why I give Sarkisian some credit, because he keeps hiring young, hungry assistant coaches who clearly appear, I think Kenny Baker knows what he's doing. And I think Alan Clark was just a great hire, because this guy, he wants to recruit everybody. He's like, put me on him. I'll go recruit that kid. Like, that dude's fearless. I did a story on him last week quoting Daniil Hunter, who trained with Alan Clark. Daniil Hunter, who led the NFL in sacks 2 years ago, top 4 in sacks the last 3 years in the NFL, who said Alan Clark helped teach me in a really simplified way. And he's like, the young players in that program need to listen to him because they're going to take off. And you're hearing that from Daniil Hunter. You're like, okay. So I think that was a big time smart addition. And again, Texas is going for it.
Yeah.
You bring in, I mean, they got guys who were like full-time assistants last year who are just kind of in a supporting role this year. Jason McIndoe, who came from Oklahoma State, who's kind of a fullbacks, H-back specialist, helps Jeff Banks with the tight ends. They loaded up.
Well, Neil Brown too, right?
Neil Brown. Now Neil got a bunch of money but it's cool that Neil Brown wanted to work with Sark. I mean, that's kind of how it's worked out for him. Paul Christ wanted to come to Texas. Gary Patterson wanted to come to Texas, see how they were doing it in recruiting. Neil Brown, same thing. And that's, as we know from Sarkisian's time at Alabama, was Nick Saban's way. I'm going to keep bringing in these former coaches, see who can do it the way we like it, and I'll just promote from within. That was going on for a while.
You took the words right out of my mouth, right? Like everyone wants their school to be the next Nick Saban, Alabama, right? So, Georgia's the closest right now, you think, with what they've done and the back-to-back national championships that they've won. And Kirby Smart, obviously a Nick Saban disciple, but you're trying to emulate as much as you can from what Nick Saban did during his dynastic run in Tuscaloosa. So
I love
that stuff. Exciting right there. No, it's like same thing. Like that's what Saban did. Obviously, Sark's not Saban yet. I'm not saying he is, but Sark openly talks about how much of a mentor Nick Saban is, and same thing with Pete Carroll. So two of the best college football coaches of this generation. You could argue two of the best of all time. Like copy stuff that works and copy stuff from legends. And I like Sark, the fact that Sark is at least trying some of those things.
Yeah. And he's got an athletic director who totally supports him and says, we'll find a way to make all this happen. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this, BK, because I think you're old enough to remember how Nebraska was 1-9 in their last 10 games against Texas. And Georgia can't seem to beat Alabama right now. Now, Georgia obviously is 2-0 against Texas since that 2018 Sugar Bowl. Do you believe that certain teams have other teams' number?
I do. I think that's absolutely a thing. Man, I mean, if Alabama goes into Athens on September 27th and wins that game at Georgia, don't you have to say yes to that? Like, Bama's good. Don't get me wrong. They should be a playoff team this year, but I think Georgia's better. The game is in Athens. They've got the better coach. They've got more going for them right now. Like, if Bama goes on the road between the hedges and wins that game, then I think that's proof of that. But yeah, I think Texas has Texas A&M's number. I think like Oklahoma always had Oklahoma State's number. Like, you don't have to find rivalry examples. Like, it's sports. Sometimes the other team is going to win, but I do believe there's a mental block that exists in sports. I said this with the Astros in the playoffs. I think the Astros kind of had like a mental advantage over some teams that they played in the playoffs, because teams are like, oh shit, it's the Astros. Look at what they've done, and we're this and we're that. Like, I think that stuff exists in sports. So long-winded answer to say, yeah. Now, I'm not ready to say Georgia has Texas's number.
Yeah,
now, am I like saying Texas is guaranteed to win that game in Athens this year? No, but I think it takes more than 2 in a row to be like, oh yeah, they're clearly in their head. But no, I think that mental game absolutely exists in sports.
I mean, TCU.
Yeah.
Texas had a TCU problem against Gary Patterson and even Sonny Dykes in 2022.
Right. Well, K-State for a while. I mean, Texas flipped that. They won their last 6 against K-State. So it's not forever. It can change, but Maybe that's the good part of college, and maybe that's the better part of the transfer portal. Is like there are new rosters every single year, so you don't have the same guys who lost to that team last year on the team this year, so they might not have that same mental block in their head. But it's every team's got a few that for some reason they just can't seem to beat, and that's
well, and it's wild that like Ohio State had under Urban Meyer dominated Michigan, and then under Ryan Day it's been the opposite, which is a little crazy. But I'm not totally sold on the Sharon Moore era yet at Michigan. BK, I want to get your take on Miles Turner to the Milwaukee Bucks, and if that does anything for you.
It's funny. Like my first thought when that move happened was, all right, Giannis is staying. Like the Bucks are still trying to contend. They want to make Giannis happy. That they lost Brook Lopez to the Clippers. That hurts. But hey, Miles Turner probably an upgrade over Brook Lopez, and he's younger and similar type of player. So all right, the Bucks aren't going anywhere. And then like an hour later, you find out that the Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard. No idea if he waved back. But then you see Giannis, like reports right away that Giannis is pissed about that. Like the Bucks didn't talk to Giannis and ask for his permission on the Dame Lillard decision. And now Giannis is posting like a peace sign emoji on his Instagram story. So it went from like, oh, good move. Like, hey, Giannis is going to stay. Miles Turner, he's going to go to a contender and everything's fine up there. And now it's like, well, was Giannis about to ask out? If he is, then Miles Turner is literally by himself in one of the worst NBA cities in the league. So I don't know. I think if you're a Rockets or a Spurs fan, because a lot of people have linked those two teams to a Giannis trade, if one were to happen, you're pretty happy with today's developments. But if you're a Miles Turner's fan, you went from like, oh, sweet, to, oh, shit, that he might have just signed up for purgatory for the next 4 years.
Oh, man. Yeah. It is crazy. It's crazy. I mean, and if that turns out to be the case, Miles, it was nice knowing you. We got a good look in the playoffs, and it wasn't a great playoffs for Miles Turner, but at least he got to the finals. Now, would you go ahead?
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, like it's good for him. Longest tenured Pacer. Like I was happy to see his team have some success, and I think he wanted to stay there. By all accounts, he wanted to stay there, but money talks, and the Pacers. Let's talk about aprons. The Pacers didn't want to pay these extra taxes, so they weren't. Sounds like they weren't very close to what Milwaukee came with.
Yeah. Was Miles Turner the least used star player to come through Texas basketball?
Least used star player. I guess the answer to that has to be yes, right? He was only here for a year, and Rick Barnes just refused to play him. That tournament game against Butler, it's like nothing was going Texas's way. Your best player sitting on the bench for like more than half the game, and it's like you're yelling at your screen wondering what's going on. Felt like Rick Barnes was almost trying to get fired at that point. I guess
it was like a 53-52 game too.
I don't even know if Texas got to 50. Like I think it was like 52-46 or something. I mean, it was, all the bad of the Rick Barnes era kind of thrown in one game. It was a tough watch. So I guess that's got to be the answer, right? Because of what he's done in the NBA. The team was worse when Jared Allen was here, but Jared Allen played a lot. Just everybody around him sucked.
Tevin Mack
sucked. Tevin Mack, yeah, what a head case that is. You were all over that dude's stories when they went down. Like Mo Bamba, but Mo Bamba wasn't like an offensive player, but he still played in terms of just usage, I'm searching here, but in terms of usage combined with the fact that he was only here for 1 year, it feels like Miles Turner was the most underutilized star, if you will, that Texas has ever had.
and such a good dude, man. Such a fun, happy-go-lucky dude who, would get out there, and maybe that was the thing. Maybe he was too nice. Rick likes those guys that are, he likes PJ Tucker, and who doesn't like PJ Tucker? PJ Tucker wanted to take on everybody and was a 6'5" power forward who would get in there and bang with Tyrus Thomas, and
Yeah, I don't like, did you ever talk to Rick about that? I wonder if Rick would be open to talking about that, right? Maybe you have to wait till his coaching career is over. But like, I wonder if anyone's ever asked him or written about, like, hey, what happened with Miles Turner? I don't know. I don't know if anybody really cares. We're so far removed from it, and it was really irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. But it's like, man, Texas tried so hard to get him, right? It was Texas, Kansas till the very end. And obviously he's a Texas kid, so you want to keep your best talent in state. Texas went all in on Miles Turner to get that dude. And obviously Rick Barnes is the guy spearheading that as the head coach. And it's like, as soon as he got here, it's like, hey, we don't really need you, Miles. We're good. So I can't, Barnes had other one and dones that he played. So I don't know if it's just like refusal to be one and done guy. I wonder why that didn't work out at all.
Well, and I know from our days working together that Rick Barnes, come March, you were always like, oh Lord, I mean, we all watched it.
Yeah.
And my God, that team he had with Dalton Connect, and like that team had a woulda, coulda, shoulda feel about it. But it just, I mean, hell, Rodney Terry clawed his way back into a NCAA tournament game with Rick. Lost, Rick won, but that it's amazing to me that he hasn't learned to turn the guys loose in March. Like, you put in all the work, go get it,
Yeah. No, after all these years, right? He still hasn't been to a Final Four. Almost feels like he and Tennessee are perfect for each other, because that's a program that's never been there. And obviously Rick's been to one, but that's, can't seem to get back there. And
TJ Ford deserves all the credit. I hate to say it. TJ Ford was to Rick Barnes what Vince Young was to Mac Brown. Those players transformed the coach in the years that they were with that coach, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah, that's well said. And man, that's not to, I don't know if you want to spin this into a current day Texas basketball conversation, but like, there are people who don't like this Sean Miller hire very much. They think he's like barely an upgrade over Rodney Terry. And to me, that's ridiculous. Like, he's much better. I'm just worried Texas hired Rick Barnes again. And look, Rick Barnes is the best basketball coach Texas has ever had. So people might hear that and be like, oh, what do you mean you're worried about Rick Barnes? That was great. Led us to, our only Final Four in the last 70 years. Like, why are you mad about that, BK? Well, I'm foolish. I want to win a championship. Like, I think of Texas basketball. I know we don't have the history of other schools, and we don't have the history that Texas football and baseball and swimming and diving and all of these other sports have. You got the resources, got the facilities, you got like the nicest arena in the country right now. So I'm like, I want to win a championship. And what's Sean Miller's biggest red flag? He's never been to a Final Four. He's a great regular season coach. He was at Arizona, made the tournament every year, won Pac-10, Pac-12 titles, whatever the hell they were at the time. But like, in the tournament, his teams, they clinched. And that's my fear, is like Texas is going to, I don't know if it happens in year one, but they'll just get into a cycle where they're like, hey, they're making it to the second weekend more often than not. And for some people, hey, that's great, because Texas basketball has never been that team. But I'm like, man, do we just hire the next coach who's going to be close, knocking on the door, but can't quite break it down, just like Rick Barnes?
Yeah. And that's, maybe he's Mike White, who was going to the Women's College World Series year after year after year at Oregon and coming up short, sometimes incredibly short. Like, as the number one seed, losing, 2 in Q. And then, obviously he found his Tegan Cavan, his Reese Atwood, and had the right mojo going after that Clemson Super Regional to carry them forward. And great, everybody stepped up and made things happen. It was amazing. And he breaks through. And so maybe Sean Miller finds something in Austin.
Right. That'd be great. We're all pulling for it. And again, Texas doesn't have the history or tradition that Arizona has, but I think Texas has enough going for it. And look, I don't think basketball right now has the investment that the other sports have, but look how quickly things can change, Chip. Like David Pierce wasn't getting investment. That's why he got let go. Texas, like the big money donors were never going to support David Pierce enough for Texas to get the talent of LSU and Florida and Tennessee and insert school here. Year one, Schloss has success. I mean, hell, even going into year one, right? The recruiting changes, the transfer portal pickups, it was clear money started coming in. Schloss has a lot of success. Texas is bringing in an awesome transfer portal class. They've got the #1 recruiting class in the sport. So it's like, if Sean Miller has that type of year, a lot harder to do, I think, with where Texas basketball is. But if he has a really good year, then I think there's going to be more financial support coming in for basketball to where, hey, he can get those players that take him over the hump and get him to his first Final Four and help Texas win its first national championship.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. And I think you look at the fact that Chris Beard, that whole thing blew up and everybody told Beard, hey, you might want to rethink this relationship going to Texas, and he didn't, and it blew up on him. And so now we're all watching to see what Chris Beard is doing at Ole Miss, because that felt like the perfect, hire. Obviously it wasn't, but a guy who'd been to the national championship game and would have won the game if, the kid should have never left the 3-point shooter. Like, let the kid drive for a layup. You're ahead by 3. The one thing you can't give up is the 3. And so they end up giving up the 3, and Virginia wins in overtime. But let's see if Sean Miller can find that mojo.
Yeah, it's a good question. And CDC's loved it. Look, CDC, like, people will blame CDC for the Rodney Terry hire. I just think that's ridiculous. Like, every AD in the history of ADs makes that hire in that spot. A lot of ADs let Rodney Terry coach out another year or two. So I'll give CDC a little bit of credit for realizing that things are trending in the wrong direction and making the move when he did. But I mean, you were all over, like, Sean Miller's been the guy. Sean Miller was almost the guy a couple years ago. If Texas loses to Xavier in the Sweet 16 in 2023, Sean Miller's probably here right after that game. So he clearly likes this guy. There are a lot of Texas fans, myself included, who are like, hey, at least call Nate Oates, right? Like, at least call Todd Golden. At least call, whoever. See if you can get, like, somebody who's really good right now and is not playing a first 4 game against Texas in the tournament. And CDC, again, he's not going to get judged on men's basketball nearly as much as he is on football and baseball hires. But CDC went, this is his guy. So for me, as like a diehard college basketball fan to a fault, I am like, I will hold this one against him if it doesn't work out, because it feels like they could have tried. Maybe they did behind the scenes. Maybe they got told no by 15 people and Sean Miller was the best available. But I just, with Texas and the resources and the money, I maybe they could have gotten something a little better than what they did,
Okay, now let me ask, what's this about?
Oh,
Jack wants to know, BK, are you going to any weddings during football season this year with an eye roll emoji?
Yeah, at that age, Chip, weddings every other weekend. I'm in my 4th straight year of double-digit weddings. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Well,
so
you got too many friends.
Thank you, I think.
I mean,
Yeah.
you got too many friends. That's a lot of wedding gifts you're buying, my man.
It's a lot of wedding gifts I'm buying, a lot of travel.
Hell, I got married in 21 and you came through with some nice gifts. So sorry about that. Sorry I had to add to your pile.
Well, your L bell is worth it. So it worked out well. That's worth every penny. But yeah, football season weddings, that's a no-go. You can't do that. I did go to one last year, but it was in Austin and it was during a Texas bye week. And I had to speak at the wedding. So that was like I couldn't get out of that one. And it worked out well that Texas wasn't playing that day. Actually, shoot, I went to 2 at a wedding. Thankfully, it was when Texas played Florida at 11 a.m., so I didn't have to miss pregame or any of the game itself. But a wedding in Dallas where I had to do pregame at Schultz Garden. And then the reason Jack's asking that is I've just been to too many weddings.
Yeah.
So I will never put it over TSU, doing shows and responsibilities for that. But odds are there will be some football that I have to miss in the next few months to attend a wedding or 2.
Well, let's get a couple mentions in here before
Yes.
we get away from everything. But listen, if you're snoring, guys, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. Could be the sign of a serious health issue. And we've got Dr. Chad Denman here in Austin, the Sleep Cycle Center. Locations in the Arboretum and in Lakeway. And Dr. Chad has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. So don't mess around on this. Just go in. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com and set up an appointment. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, which is practically giving it away because he wants to make sure that you're getting diagnosed properly. He's got the best technology. He's got the best treatment plans from, oral appliances, which is what I have, a mouth guard that, holds your lower jaw open while you sleep, to surgery, if that's what is needed. But it's right here in Austin. We're fortunate to have Dr. Chad. Honestly, go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you and get the answers you need. The person sleeping next to you will appreciate it. And cover three, our man, Sean Adams, the RIP Sean Adams, our dear friend. He was the mayor of Cover 3, so much so that they have the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich at Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Go in there, grab a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, get the Parmesan fries. You will not be disappointed, or the brick chicken and mac and cheese, or the buffalo chicken sliders, beef tenderloin sliders. You cannot go wrong. And if you're thinking of doing a little touch up, a renovation of a bathroom, a kitchen, then you need to get in touch with Mike McCall. McCall Custom Homes, family owned and operated, 40 years, great word of mouth. I mean, that's what it's all about. Mike's no dummy. He knows if you go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com, set up an appointment, have him come and just have him give you his vision, see if it matches up with your vision. You're going to get a reasonable price, and you're going to get all the details and all the custom work that you want and expect. He's not going to just send some, make the deal and then send some crew out. You never see him again. That's not how Mike and McCall Custom Homes rolls. They oversee everything and make sure that it's down to the detail the way you want it. And yes, it's adding value to your home, but it's also making it the home that you want. And that's what Mike wants to accomplish for you. Go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And audiovisual consultations, our man Tom McKay. Has anyone checked on Tom since the Dallas Stars went down there in the Stanley Cup playoffs? But Tom's ready for you. And if you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, now's a good time to get on it before football season. Tom's going to bring you the best price on big screens. You don't need to be lugging them around town, punching holes in your drywall. You just call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. It's so simple. You carry on with whatever you're doing. And next thing you know, oh, wow, you got a brand new big screen surround sound, a full-blown media room, whatever you need, he's got you. Surveillance, surround sound, electronic shades. Yeah, just go to avconsultations.com or make the call. 255-8678, of course, area code 512. BK, what's got your attention right now in the world?
It's got my attention in the world. Jeff Bezos' wedding. Let me ask you this, Chip. Unless you have a chip shot plan, I don't want to take away from an awesome segment you've got for the people.
No, we'll make the chip shot this Q&A right now.
I did something last Friday night that I've never done before. Something that was on my bucket list, not super high on my bucket list, but something that I always wanted to do. And I finally got to do it on Friday. I saw the band Fish in concert.
Okay, at Moody.
At Moody. Yep, they were here Friday and Saturday night. I only went to one show on Friday, and I got invited. Like, I didn't buy a ticket. I had a friend literally at 5 o'clock text me on Friday. He's like, I have an extra ticket to Fish. Any interest? And I was like, you know what? Yeah, like this feels like a good time. They're right here in my own backyard. Everyone raves about these shows. They're all over the world. They sell out everywhere they go. Like, I feel like I need to be a part of one of these in my life. Now, I made a huge mistake on this. I didn't, and maybe I blame the fact that I didn't get enough of a heads up to go purchase the drugs that maybe I should have consumed to really get the full Fish experience.
Yeah.
And I saw some things like, Chip, I've never seen so many like adults, 60s, 70s, whatever, shirts off, dancing. You look up in the rafters, people at the top row of Moody said they were standing the entire time, just dancing, going crazy. I saw people in suites without shirts. That I've never seen. Now, you see people in the pits at concerts going shirts off, going crazy. But people in box seats were shirtless, just dancing back and forth. And they, I was probably there for 2 hours. I didn't go the whole time. I didn't get there on time. I didn't stay to the very end. But like, I think I heard the lead singer sing like 100 words the entire time.
It's just a jam fest, right?
It's a jam band. It's a jam fest, and everyone's having the time of their lives. And it was, I've been to plenty of concerts before. It was unlike anything that I've ever experienced.
Okay, so there's a band called Widespread Panic that is similar.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of people who just get into the jam band with whatever drug their favorite drug is. And it's just like that. Everybody's just like vibing to the music. And I've never been to a Fish concert, but I've been told that, similar to the Grateful Dead, to Widespread Panic, Fish. And so did you vibe with the jam band going on, or was it just like, I should be doing laundry?
No, it definitely wasn't that. Now I was in a box. All right. Like that's, I had a very nice hookup for this. So on one hand, that's great. Like the suites at Moody Center, just like the suites at anywhere else, are incredibly awesome. But like I wasn't in the heart of it. Now there were a couple of people in the box that I didn't know that were like dancing, standing the whole time, having a good time. But my experience up there was not,
Gotcha.
I feel like I would have been more immersed in it if I was in the pit or even just, down in the stands with you peasants out there. But because I was living the sweet life, I was still getting into it. I was still like, man, this is cool. But it was more people watching from where I was versus like actually immersing myself in the whole experience. Man, like the lights too. I don't know if the widespread panic, like the lights were insane. That might've been the coolest part. You could tell there's so much time and detail spent on the lights. And I don't know how they do it because they're jam bands, right? It's not like, oh, we're playing this note at this time. It's like we're literally doing whatever the hell we want, and good luck lights matching it up. Somehow, some way, the lights were perfect. Man, I wasn't tripping on anything, but looking at the lights, I'm like, damn, like this is, if I was on drugs, I'd be hating these right now. This is too intense for me.
They played the Sphere in Vegas, and I've seen clips of the lights. I mean, insane.
Yeah.
And I hear playing at the Sphere, like the band has to put up a bunch of money to get all their own technical effects, you know? It's not like, hey, come here and we'll pay for it. It's interesting. I'm not a Sphere, expert, but
have you been yet?
I have not. My wife saw you two there, and I'm just jealous beyond belief. She had the builders conference out there, and she's like, should I go? I go, yeah, you got to go. And she said it was phenomenal. So yeah. I can't wait. I don't know. And the Eagles have been out there. I would love to see the Eagles out there, but I don't know who's going to be left. It's not like that place is going all the time. I mean, it's, you got to have a band that can fill it and sell it and pay for all the effects and blah, blah, blah. But I want to see a show there.
Yeah. That's the best piece of advice I could give you is to do that.
You've seen it.
I saw the Eagles out there. Yeah. Dude. And it was, I'm a huge Eagles fan. All respect to the dude. I know he's not, but big Eagles fan. And yeah, I mean, it was unlike, like, no concert I go to will ever compare. So I don't want to say it's going to ruin concerts for you. Like they're still fun. They still are concerts, but just everything that goes into a Sphere experience, an experience, if you will.
An experience.
It's unlike anything else. I mean, the visuals in there are crazy. The sound is amazing. And yeah, I mean, you're guaranteed to see a big band. Like what Dead and Company's been there. U2, the Eagles, Kenny Chesney's probably like the smallest artist that's had a residency there. And that guy's one of the biggest country artists of all time.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you're guaranteed to see an awesome show, but man, even if, some random ass band somehow like won a lottery to perform there, it's worth going to.
Yeah. Oh man. I saw the Eagles at Moody when they did the Hotel California, which was amazing. They played the entire album front to back, and then took a 20-minute intermission and came out and played all their other biggest hits.
And they were all alive at that point too.
Well,
right?
no, Vince Gill was playing in place of Glenn Frey, which I think you also had, which is, there's no one better than Vince Gill. He sounds just like Glenn Frey and harmonizes with those guys like perfectly. So yeah, that Eagles concert I saw at Moody was one of the 10 best I've seen, and I'm a huge Eagles guy too. So
yeah, should have put that together at Moody, which means Glenn Frey was dead. If that was at the Irwin Center, it would have made more sense if Glenn was still around. But yeah, no, he, how was Joe Walsh when you went? Because that guy, he's got some mileage on him, to say the least. Yeah.
So I've seen the Eagles a few times, and he's slowing down. I saw him at American Airlines when I was covering the Cowboys early 2000s. I think that was the Hell Freezes Over tour, and they're so far past that. But he's like Keith Richards. Keith Richards, you don't know how they're still alive.
Yeah.
Because they have tried every drug, every way imaginable for it to be injected into you, and yet here they are still. Maybe they're onto something. I don't know. But how was he for you?
Yeah, I mean, he's some slurring of words. you still sounded kind of like Joe Walsh, but yeah, no, the drugs have done a number on that.
Life been good to me. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's almost like his face looked like Botoxed up, like certain parts were moving and certain parts weren't. And it's like half of his mouth is making the sound it's supposed to make. So you're hearing like the word you think he's trying to say, but also it's the first time I've seen him and maybe the only time I'll see him. So I'm glad I got to see him, but I'm sure seeing him in the 80s was a hell of a lot better.
Well, did you get free tickets to that too?
I did.
You're the man.
That was girlfriend's parents. That was a fortunate one right there. So that's it. Like all the weddings I have to go to, it pays off. You took me to top 3 concert I've ever been to in my life when we went and saw Tom Petty.
Tom Petty.
Last Austin show before he passed. Like I'm forever grateful to you for a million reasons, but that's near the top of the list right there, brother.
Yeah, my kids still talk about that concert, so I'm glad that we did that.
Yeah, that was love your kids, and the fact that we got to experience that together and the fact that they appreciate that because they were pretty damn young when that happened. The fact that they remember that's cool.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in the open gym. Let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, guys?
Oh, we're just reminiscing on concerts.
Yeah, when I went to Tom Petty when I was a kid, I fell asleep during it at a point.
Oh,
Which it is. I was a kid. And I was like, it's so awesome. You're like, it's great. I got to see Tom Petty, but it was at Bass Concert Hall, and I know I fell asleep during it.
We had Gary Clark Jr. opening for Tom Petty. It was
This is well before that. This is well before that. This would have been probably maybe mid to early 90s. So, but yeah, I fell asleep during that one. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I had a buddy at Fish, Brad, and he said 4 hours long. They played like 6 songs.
Yeah. I don't know what was happening, right? Everyone's having the times of their lives in there, and there are no words. Like I can't tell when an old song ends and a new song starts. Like,
well, if you were only there for 2 hours, you might have only seen one. It may have never been a new song.
It's because everybody in that crowd is high. That's why.
Oh yeah.
Everybody.
No. Look, I've told friends before, they've been like, you got to come see Widespread Panic. You got to see Fish. You got to see String Cheese Incident, any of those bands. And I'm like, I'll tell you what, I will go if you go 100% sober. I have never had to go to a jam band show.
That's so funny.
Not happening.
I saw Widespread Panic at the backyard, the old backyard. It was fantastic. But we'll get out of your way. Let you boys get on with the show. We'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Always a good time to hang out with the boys there. How about we roll into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered? Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. As we get rolling into the show, I will apologize up front that if at any point you see me mute my mic and then turn around really quick, my dog had minor surgery this morning, and so he is still very doped up behind me. And so he is trying, he gets up and tries to do something and then realizes that he doesn't have his legs underneath him. And then he'll just stand there and look at me like, hey man, make this better. And you're like, it's going to be a little bit. We're going to have to keep you drugged up for a bit. So if I turn around real quick, that's because he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing and trying to keep him down.
Man, I've got a video somewhere on my phone. Maybe I can send it to you during the break and you can put it on the screen. My dog got fixed a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And this is back when I lived in my old house. And he was so doped up on the drugs that I called him back in from going outside, and he ran full speed into my patio furniture.
Oh man!
Kind of waddled in with his tail between his legs after that. It was hysterical.
Yeah, he's got like right now he just basically got some like growths and masses off of him, and he just had a few on him because I've never done it before, and so he's 11 years old. We don't know because we found him. So, but so he just got some stuff removed, but that means he's got like 6 different places where he's kind of sutured up right now for them removing it. So they're like, don't let him run around. Don't let him be jumping. Don't let him do anything. I'm like, okay, let me tell him that It's gonna be 2 weeks and maybe like, stop, no. And they're like, yeah, you can't just let him outside because he'll just go outside and do his, rip them all apart. And you're like, no, okay, great. This will be fun. It'll be a fun 2 weeks. But he's
Easier
normally
said than done, Mr. Bet.
exactly. So he's normally he's not in the room when I'm doing these shows, but considering the fact that he is now also I don't think he's gonna be that energetic. He has not been, he's pretty out of it right now. We'll have him in the room with me as we get rolling on a Tuesday afternoon. NBA free agency's been crazier than I thought it would be. I didn't expect much because no one has cap room, but some pretty big moves. Some teams making big moves. Not my Spurs. Spurs made one move so far. It hasn't been super exciting. I get it. It's probably the right thing to do. It's just not fun. No fun. We'll get into that in hour 2. I want to get into some football talk first. How's your Tuesday been going? Hopefully no drugged out dogs for you, Matt.
No drugged out dogs for me. I got a bunch of new equipment for our show today. I got a new webcam. I got a ring light. I got a new mic. I got some headphones that I'm probably not going to end up using, so I'm going to send back. We'll see about that. But we're rocking and rolling here now on Open Gym, man. It's a party.
I like it. Getting all professional here, so we can get ready before, just getting into the second half of the year. We get in the offseason, but before we know it, we will be back into August, and then once we get into August, we're almost at football because football's in August, so we're almost there. And once we get to August.
August is basically football season because you've got camp, you've got preseason NFL, so we'll be rocking and rolling then too.
Yeah, so we just got to get to August. We just got 1 month to get through. I'll enjoy summer league basketball. I'll enjoy that. I'll be the only one, but I have a friend who me and him have talked about going for years, and it's just a little too expensive to go do. And so you're just like, I don't really have the money to go to Vegas and then pay for all the packages that you want, and then also do Vegas because you want to have the money. You don't want to go to Vegas and be like, well, if I hit on black, then we'll have a good time, and if I don't, we sit in a hotel room for 2 days. I don't want to have that day. So I haven't quite gotten that together, but one of these days I'll end up at Summer League. Then, if we're still doing this show or whatever, we'll do it live from Summer League, and you'll see Patrick in sunglasses and everything else in the afternoon trying to pretend nothing's wrong. I want to get into some stuff with you today, Matt. Let's start off with some football talk in some college football as we get into a story I saw come out earlier today, and a lot of people talking up about it, about the Texas One Fund and the future of the Texas One Fund as we are now getting into the era of paying players and schools being able to compensate players directly out of the TV deals and everything else. These schools are going to be able to compensate players directly now, which, I think has been a long time coming. But then we have the old NIL system, which no one wants to go into because this new system is supposed to be the more authentic. Okay, it's a more level playing field. Everybody, has the same cap of what they're supposed to spend. So, some teams won't be able to spend that full amount, but there's also a cap on it. So we know what you're supposed to do. This is what you make. The bigger conferences, everyone should be able to afford it. But NIL, in theory, is something that is Arch Manning gets, starting quarterbacks get, because in the community and in the nation, those are the bigger names. Like, we remember Caleb Williams was one of the first of the Dr. Pepper commercial, and then Quinn was on it last year. But that's a name, image, and likeness. Being in a commercial. Having your picture on the front of a magazine, or having your picture in an ad for jeans or whatever else. Those are what normal name, image, and likeness. What we got was Texas One Fund and other people basically raising money and then saying, well, it's a charitable organization, so we are going to pay you $200,000 to put out 3 YouTube videos and show up at 2 events. Is blatantly untrue. Like, we know it, but this is not a model that Texas came up with. This is what the NIL model became. So all of those pieces together kind of created what the new NIL model became. Now They have come out and said that is no longer a thing. The IRS is done with it as well, by the way. So this is not a school implemented part. The IRS is like, we're not giving tax. You're not getting tax deductible for paying players. We're not going that far. This is something ridiculous that you guys are doing. So what we end up with is now Texas One Fund announced today they are not shutting down, which there was talks that they were going to shut down because the charitable organization was no longer going to be viable. The NIL was no longer going to be a space where you could be able to do that. So the thought was this is all going to shut down. They just announced today, we're not. We are now shutting down the charitable part of our organization, and we are now an LLC. And we are now a company that is able to spend money and make for-profit decisions. So it is no longer tax deductible to donate to the Texas One Fund, but you can still donate to the Texas One Fund, and they are pairing with companies now to give out NIL deals and to help Texas players receive NIL deals for, would you like to buy a new Ford truck? Would you like to go to Covert? Would you like to go to, get whatever, do you want to go to the Buffalo Exchange and get a new shirt? Whatever you want, whatever they're trying to sell, they're going to try and be that liaison and then also have donations in it somehow. I don't know how all of it actually works. I read it today. I still don't get how you can make it work with the new NIL Go and how they're going market value and all these other things. I don't quite get how it's all going to work. But it is interesting that they're going to really try and keep this going. And Matt, I wanted to get your opinion because I know you're up to date with all this as well. If you think this is going to really sustain the way it has been with the Texas One Fund, is that something that is kind of on the way out now, or is that still the future of it? Well, we're just going to find a way to keep doing what we're doing because we've especially already told some of these players before the settlement that we were going to hook them up. And now it's kind of screwy and we don't want to lose them. So for player retention, we feel like we got to kind of keep doing this.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like you kind of have to do it for player retention. If you promise these kids something, you have to deliver on it. Otherwise they're going to end up going to Georgia or Texas A&M or LSU or Alabama or somewhere like that. They're going to hop right back in the portal. And that's kind of what happened to Texas A&M a couple of years ago with that elite 2022 class that they signed. Is they weren't able to really hold their word on a lot of these NIL deals and pay the kids all their money. So those kids jumped ship and found better opportunities. I think that this is, for schools like Texas, this is probably going to be sustainable just because of the, sheer amount of money and donors that they have with the program and the amount of money that those people have. And their commitment to the program. They're going to keep donating in any way, shape, or form they can, whether it's through their company or whatever the case may be. Look, I'm not a business expert. I don't know the differences between an LLC and all these other different little S corps and C corps and all this different stuff. But we probably should have brought my brother on to talk about this because he knows all about this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, if I think that this kind of decision is going to benefit a school like Texas far more than it would hurt some of these smaller schools. Like they're not going to be able to keep up with this kind of model because they just don't have the same money flowing through the program, and flowing through the Texas One Fund and all those different things. So, SMU is another one that I see. Sooner Cowboys mentioned SMU there, but those are the kind of schools that are going to thrive on this kind of model. So, it sounds like Texas is just one of the first out there to sort of start the trend in doing this. And it's going to end up, I think, probably, holding up here in the long run because they just have so much money.
Well, and so Austin is also a really unique space that not a lot of other schools have, which for NIL, in the reality of it, Texas is in a pretty good spot because if you do have an organization that can help get these players actual sponsorships. And Sark talked about this on the Third Longhorn podcast, but you haven't checked out my buddies, Nick Shuley and Rob Babers. Go check that one out. It's awesome with Saban or with Sark on there. What Sark talked about was like, look, there's not really a pro team here that is taking all of the sponsorships. Yes, there's, Austin FC, but outside of Austin FC, there's no football team, there's no basketball team, there's no baseball team. So Texas is the pro sports team in Austin. And so if you know Texas is the pro sports team in Austin, then they get all those sponsorships that in Dallas go to the Cowboys and go to the Mavs and go to the Stars and go to the Rangers. And in Houston, they go to all the pro teams there. In Austin, you can say, okay, car dealership in Austin or clothes place in Austin or jewelry shop in Austin or whatever, brand you want to put out there. Just go give our players NIL deals. And I think the Texas One Fund, part of what they're going to be doing is using that money to basically facilitate these deals, make sure they're good, maybe have lawyers as part of this as well to, get the writing done and get those pieces done. I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to do NIL for like money that's being raised for it. That one is still kind of lost on me. I don't know if they're going to have people doing ads for Texas One Fund, and it's kind of like snake eats its own tail thing. Well, we're raising money to promote that we're raising money. Like, well, that seems like it's a scam, right? So I don't know how that works. I'm sure they haven't thought out much more than I do. But there is that point of it where in Austin, you do have a unique ability to try and find different avenues to actually get NIL as opposed to what they were doing before, which was, you'd see a player on, if you follow them on Instagram or on, whatever else, you would see them to post something where it was like, you should check out the new food bank and bring them food for their processes. That would be that's worth $30,000. And so those are no longer possible. So it's really interesting to see that Texas One Fund's thing. I think it's a good thing. I don't know how it all works. I know Wheels is the guy who's been running it. I've met him once before. They've got a lot of good minds over there of people who are really trying to be, sell these Texas players and kind of be middlemen. And I know these players have agents as well, but Texas One Fund can maybe set it up a little bit easier because they're more trusted than these agents are. So it's nice to have a trusted source be a part of it. But it's like in this new era of, until we get told we can't do this, we're going to keep trying to do this. And we're going to keep trying to find the way to have the advantage, because we do have people that want to spend the money. And we do have people that want to contribute to a name, image, and likeness. And I'll pay, you can still do it paying for jerseys, and you can still do it paying for different places, paying for, a picture and an autograph, and those types of things are now available to be able to do that you couldn't do before. But I'm not 100% sure how it's all going to work, but it's interesting to see that this is the new era and that Texas One Fund is going to be able to continue on with their goal to help Texas get the best recruits. Because look, we know that SMU is still going to have it. We know A&M is still going to have something. We know that Alabama and Georgia and all these places are still going to have something where they have their top guys making sure you still get paid when you come in. And the question is, when you're at Texas, you can't do things as easily under the table. And I think, at some other smaller schools, maybe you could do a little bit more under the table, like the old school stuff, and that'll still exist. And I mean, I think under the table exists at every school still, because there's always going to be some booster or donor who doesn't trust anybody else. And that booster or donor is going to go out on their own and make it their own deals. And I will say, I don't think that anyone in the Texas program is asking anybody or wants anybody to do that. I just think it'll still exist because I think it's existed for a long time. And there's just some guys with a lot of money who don't want to have any of it traced. Sometimes those guys will just go give stuff away.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a thing that's been prevalent in college football for, as long as we can remember, right? There's always going to be guys who kind of go outside the lines and try to give their school an advantage because they're rich and they want to spend the money and they want to watch their football team succeed. But I really like your point earlier about, how Texas has this unique opportunity because of them being in the city of Austin. That's a distinct advantage that they have over the vast majority of power programs in college football. You look at Alabama, you look at Georgia, you look at even at Ole Miss or Florida or a lot of these different SEC schools, South Carolina, Tennessee, all of those are in what are ostensibly college towns, especially like
Yeah.
Tuscaloosa and Oxford, and you have to go out to pretty much the West Coast to find another quote unquote power program that has that same advantage, which is USC in Los Angeles. But even then, they're competing with professional sports teams. So Texas is in a unique sort of spot where they don't have those professional teams to compete with for these brand deals. I guess in theory, you could say that Baton Rouge is kind of a similar situation. And some of those, Ohio State with Columbus, that's a pretty big city. But outside of that, it's really hard to find another situation like this where the entire city views Texas as their sports team. And I'm talking about a big major city. This is the capital of the state of Texas we're talking about. So that's certainly a unique opportunity, and having the Texas One Fund being there to sort of broker all of these deals and make sure things are going by the book and find opportunities for, not just guys like Arch Manning or Cedric Baxter or, Ryan Wingo or Colin Simmons, but also guys that maybe aren't as well known in the program. Maybe it's a Warren Roberson, or maybe it's a, Nick Brooks, some freshmen that are coming in who are looking to make a deal. And next thing you'll see it like when Michael Taft graduates, you'll see somebody else in the Austin area, like somebody else within the program take over that Austin Lamborghini deal. It's just going to keep flowing that way. So that's a super unique opportunity that they're well placed in to continue to be successful going forward.
Yeah, no, and I think that's kind of one of the sales pitch right now. And I know it's something that, they kind of throw out to players to go, we can't tell you exactly what the number is going to be. We can tell you what the number is that we will pay you now, because we can have those numbers of what your compensation will be. But at the same point, we can't tell you NIL. We can tell you what other people have made. We can tell you, like, this is what some of our guys, and give you round figures like that. And we can tell you what we present to you in Austin, where, you may think of it as, well, if I go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama is everything in Tuscaloosa. And you go, yeah, but you're also talking about a NIL deal there that doesn't, they're not marketing. They're marketing to a much, much smaller audience, which if you look at Austin and surrounding areas right now, you take an Austin and surrounding areas, we looked the other day, it's like 2.5 million people in the Austin and surrounding areas. So to say you have 2.5 million people you're kind of looking at in this area that you can market to, that is for that there's no other real pro sports team except for soccer and Austin FC, then I think there is just a really unique opportunity at Texas. So the Texas One Fund, I'm glad they're sticking around, because you don't want to just, it felt like if they were going to go away completely, it was going to be something where you would end up chasing again and trying to figure that out and have to restart something and do this. Apparently they formed this LLC like 2 or 3 years ago. So they have been ready for the inevitability of what they were doing to go away. And they seem to be ready with a new plan. They've been planning this for several years. I'll be curious to see. I think we won't really see it until the next few months, and you start to see the differences. I mean, if you want to see the beginning of it, watch people's Instagrams, watch people's, TikToks or whatever else for the players. And that's where you'll start to see them trying to sell stuff on there and doing commercials on there. And that'll be the new trend, where we don't have to spend the money in actual production to go film something to put on TV or put on YouTube or whatever else, because that costs a ton of money. And we're trying to spend the money on the kids, but then we can do something of people in the rooms and people just doing stuff through social media and basically playing them like they're an influencer and using that market value. I think you'll see that more and more. And that the other part about that is, well, I can only pay him $10,000. They're saying market value is $10,000 for this endorsement. Okay, well, I'm going to give 6 endorsements. So now I get that number up to closer where I want it to be. I think those are easier. So it's going to be interesting. We haven't seen NIL go yet. That whole process, the fact that they said, I think 75% of deals would have been turned down, like the deals of what they've been doing recently. It's a huge percentage of NIL deals that wouldn't fly in the new system. So that whole battle is going to be crazy to watch. it's going to be really interesting to see the lawsuits that come out of it, because people being like, man, I was making $2 million and now you're telling me I can make 75,000. You can't, like, you're ripping me off. You're again trying to make us make no money. So I don't know how it'll work out. I'm sure they're going to find ways to get players the money because the door's been open. It's really hard to close those doors once they've been opened. And the NCAA didn't want to regulate it because the NCAA sucks. And they hate anybody getting anything that they're not getting a piece of the pie of. So they ended up ruining it. But it'll be interesting. So I'm happy to see that that's still going on, Matt. I also saw today that the EA Sports put out the top players rankings for EA Sports College 26. We saw a few Texas players on that one. No Texas players in the top 100, top 10 offensive players. They did not get anybody on that one. Of course, Jeremiah Smith is your number one there. Ryan Williams is number 2 over at Alabama. Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame is number 4. Jordan Tyson for Arizona State is number 4. Jeremiah Love was 3. Caden Proctor at Alabama, the left tackle, is 4. You get Spencer Fano, the right tackle at Utah, is 6. Amarj Reed Adams, the right guard at Texas A&M, is 7. You get a tight end, Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt, is at 93. And then you actually get the Penn State at 10. The Penn State running back is 10. But over on the defensive players, Caleb Downs, another Ohio State player, both Ohio State players at the top offense and defense. Caleb Downs is coming at 96, but Anthony Hill coming in as your second highest rated defensive player in EA Sports College Football 26 with a 95 overall. Colin Simmons also on that list. He is a 93 overall, so he is 7th on the list. Are you happy that Texas has 2 guys on the defense, or do you think maybe you should have got one on the offense too, Matt?
I'm not really sure who it would be on the offense if I could pick somebody. I mean, Arch Manning's probably your best bet for that, but and I think that, one of the things that this game does also is they go through every couple of weeks, every so often, and they do updates, and they change, players' traits and their skill ratings and their all of those different things in there. So I think by the end of the season, depending on, how things go, you can see players start to jump up those rankings a little bit. Arch is certainly going to be one of those guys where if he comes out firing and is, throwing for 350 yards a game through the first 4 or 5 weeks, then he's going to hop up those rankings pretty quick.
Yeah.
But as it
I
stands
think
now,
Ryan Wingo's one that could jump up it too.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's more too. I mean, you could probably say Trevor Gooseby, you could say CJ Baxter, you could say DeAndre Moore. But I think for right now, based on what we know going into the season, this is pretty accurate as far as I'm concerned. And that holds true on the defensive side as well. I do think that Anthony Hill is the second best defensive player in the country. I don't think that there's any question that Caleb Downs is probably the best football player in the country overall. Yeah, that guy's an absolute monster, and he's going to be a really high draft pick in the NFL next year, and he deserves that spot. Colin Simmons, again, probably the best edge rusher in the country, if not the number 2 edge rusher in the country. He deserves to be up there as well. I'd be interested to see what the rest of the rankings look like in terms of, from top to bottom, who the best are. I know that there's a quarterback list out already.
There's most of the positions are out now.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess we can go through those, but as far as top 10 on both sides of the ball go, then I think this is pretty solid.
Yeah, I think we could have had Michael Taff in our top 5 safeties. It would not have bothered me to put Michael Taff in that. He is not in your top 5 safeties. But you do get, I'll give you your top 5 quarterbacks. Our Cade Klubnik is at 92, Garrett Nussmeier is at 92, Drew Aller is at 92, and then Sam Leavitt and Lenoris Sellers are both 91s. So,
and Arch Manning's right behind him at 90. So
okay, he's right there. But that's I do think that when you look at it and you see it, it will be interesting. I think Ryan Wingo, the reason why I put him is because we know the physical tools of what he has are so advanced and everything else that if you go, okay, well, if all of a sudden they just go, oh yeah, he's catching all these balls, he's playing at that level, then it's real easy to boost his ratings up. Where DeAndre Moore kind of, I feel, has to do a little bit more because I don't know if his physical abilities make him like an easy 90 to get in the top 5 or 10. I think DeAndre Moore could be in the top, 15 to 20 pretty easily and should be in that range by the end of the season as well. Maybe top 10, depending on what he does and, how much he really excels this season, because he's an amazing player. But yeah, the physical attributes really favor some of these guys who are just, super speedsters or big bodies, and those guys seem to get the really good rankings. So we'll see as that continues on. But I thought it was an interesting little point to see some of these guys and their rankings. Good to see that the defense is still getting represented. Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons, everybody knows those guys are going to be problems coming at everybody next season. I also wanted to hit this before we get into the first break in our second segment about second-round picks. I actually saw this article over on Texas Longhorns on SI earlier today, and I hadn't even really thought about it. Had not been something that would popped into my mind or something to think about, but there was a question of why has Alfred Collins not been signed still, and then they point out that only 2 players have been signed in that second round, which I didn't realize. I kept seeing that second round picks were not signed. Like the Cowboys hadn't signed Ezraku, but everyone was still at practice. So no one really thought. Basically, you sign a waiver that has like a guarantee on it. So if you get hurt, you still get paid for this year and your contract still not voided or whatever else. You have all these little pieces that if that you sign a deal so you can go practice and not get behind. So the Shamar Stewart one was bigger because he didn't want to sign that because apparently the language in that wasn't what he liked either. So the Shamar Stewart one is different. But this is all the second round picks. Basically, your pick number 33 and 34, which is Carson Schlesinger for the Browns and the Texans with Jaden Higgins. Those 2 guys got fully guaranteed contracts in the second round. One of the reasons we've always talked about the second round being sometimes where people like to trade into it. Bill Belichick was notorious for this, was for trading out of the first round, getting a high second round pick and taking someone in the second round because the risk of it was so much less because it doesn't have those back end guaranteed deals. And so if you miss the pick completely, you're out of it in like 2 years, you walk away, you're fine. So it's not so much the money's less, it's that you don't have the guarantee on the back end. Apparently, what agents have talked about, and there was an NFL collusion case that people said the NFL colluded, and now the agents and players are colluding and getting together, and they have said, we're not signing. We think the second round should be fully guaranteed. And apparently nobody is signing a non-fully guaranteed contract in the second round. So I don't know how they all got together, all the agents and everybody else said they can't not sign the entire second round class. But a lot of teams are also getting together and saying, we're not going to be bullied around by these rookies. We don't like this. We don't like getting bullied. So we're not signing any of those guys. So we're seeing a entire round, except for the first 2 picks in it, have not signed their second round picks, which is not crazy because we're not at camp yet. But by the time we get to camp in a month and a half, I mean, what do you do? What do you do if you don't have your second round pick? Guys that are expected to play for you this season, if the entire class has not signed anything, what do you do? I mean, like this is actually a big story that is not being reported on at all because I think everyone's just like, oh, my team hasn't signed their second round pick, but it's 30 players. 30 guys have not signed their second round pick yet. And that's crazy.
Yeah, I think that eventually you're going to see that one of these sides before camp is going to relent. And my money is on the players probably being the ones that that relent and give way to this because I don't think that the teams are necessarily going to budge. It is an interesting trend. I appreciate the fact that the players and the agents are trying to stick up for themselves and guarantee their time with the team. Unfortunately, I just don't think that there's really a principle set that they can continue to go down this road of this mass amount of players holding out. I know that the Shamar Stewart thing is one case in and of itself because that's a first round pick, and if he decides not to sign and they don't, give in to his demands, then he can just enter the draft again next year. But I don't think that there's a realistic path to seeing 30 players from the second round go back to school or just wait until next year and go back into the draft, because then they'll just find themselves in the same boat, because next year's class, they're not going to be first round picks either.
No, they'll be third or fourth round picks.
Yeah, at least the vast majority of them will not even be day one they will not be day one picks. Some of them, probably the majority of them, would fall out of day two or into the back half of day two. And then you're setting yourself back even more. Your contract is going to be less, and ostensibly you're just going to be made an example of across the league. So I think that the franchises hold all the leverage in that sense, and the agents and the players are trying to do what's best for their clients and for the players. But at the end of the day, I just don't think that there's any way that this kind of thing holds up, because there's too much leverage, in my opinion, in the hands of the NFL teams. It's like, yeah, you don't want to come play for us? That's fine. You probably weren't going to be a starter anyway. We'll go sign a veteran, and then next year you'll be a lesser round pick, and you won't get as much money, and you'll be up a creek without a paddle. So it's unfortunate. I wish the first domino would drop and then the rest would fall in line. But I don't know when or if that's going to happen. Probably as we get closer to camp, we'll start to see some names fall.
Yeah, and that's because you just go, they're not going to do the entire second round. They're not going to have 32 more guys that are fully guaranteed. That's just not going to happen. So we've seen 2 more picks that now, going forward, the thought process is the first 34 picks in the draft are fully guaranteed. That is the new trend that has been set. So does it go to the first 40? Is it the first 35? Like what level, how many guys bend on this, and where do we put it to where there is sort of a thing of going, no, okay, we'll bend up to here? Is Seattle saying, no, we're done? Seattle, we're not bad. Seattle had the 35th pick, the third pick in the second round. Are they the ones that say there is zero chance you will be getting that? So everyone after you, there is no precedent set, right? What's interesting is the Browns had the 4th pick in the second round. So they gave one fully guaranteed contract out. But then, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because you think Schlesinger at linebacker, you're like, look, he's going to be able to play for 4 seasons. We're not really worried. We'll find a place for him on the defense or special teams or something. Quinshon Judkins is a running back. Running backs sometimes fail out. They just do. That's why we take him in the second round, because it's not guaranteed. That's why you were a second round pick. That's why you were a later second round pick, is we knew we could wait on you because we didn't want to fully guarantee your contract. So that's an interesting one because it's on the same team as one of the guys who's already been signed, and they haven't made that deal. I'm really curious if where the first domino falls on this, because yeah, it is one of those pieces that I just really feel at the end of the day, the players have pushed a lot of this power trying to go forward, using the media to go, and the media doesn't seem to be picking up on this one yet. Now, I think they will if it pushes towards camp, and they say 30 of the 32 second-round picks will not report to camp. I think that will be a pretty big story in the NFL as camp start. I don't think that will happen, though. I mean, I can't imagine you can get 30 players to all agree, I have reached my dream, and I'm going to let it go now because an agent's telling me I got to make sure that for the future, these guys have guaranteed contracts. It's not even really about me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be the scapegoat. I'm going to be the one whose career is ruined to make sure that in 3 years, everybody has set guaranteed contract in the second round. And even those players won't even get it. It's really about the agents making sure they make more money. And so at a certain point, where do the players go, dude, this is my dream. This is all I've wanted since I was a kid. I've worked so hard to get here. I get, let's compromise. You did a good job. We got him to back down, and now 3 years are fully guaranteed. Let's go with 3 years fully guaranteed. I'm fine with that. Like, let's move on, and we can't go fully guaranteed. And I'm curious when that goes, because we know Alfred Collins wants to go. You look at Tyler Shuck hasn't signed yet. I mean, that's the future of the Saints.
Quarterback.
Yeah, they won't give him a fully guaranteed contract.
And I understand that from the Saints' point of view as well, because he has a serious injury history.
I get it.
So I think that at the end of the day, what you're probably going to see is when we get closer to camp, these players are going to start to relent and most of them, if not all of them, are gonna end up signing their deals. And then next year we probably have some sort of meeting with the NFLPA and the NFL, and probably the agents involved as well, as saying, okay, how can we come to a happy medium here where we don't have to go through this whole sort of shenanigan filled showcase again.
Yeah.
And what that probably ends up looking like is like you mentioned, an extra year guaranteed. And then maybe you could also add something where like the top 40 picks get fully guaranteed deals. And then if you're 41 to 60 or whatever the case is, then you only get 3 years guaranteed. And then you kind of have a tier system in that way.
I think I agree with you. I think that's the way it's going to go. But then that screws certain positions still.
It does, but like at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to make everybody happy.
No.
And you're not going to, and certain positions are going to hold more value to teams than other ones are. Like you mentioned the running back thing, but then you also talk about quarterbacks. You talk about defensive ends and offensive tackles and, maybe wide receivers. And those kind of are in another class. And then you talk about, then it goes to like linebackers and defensive tackles and interior offensive linemen. And then you go back down again and it's running backs. And there's just no way that you're going to be able to make all of these parties happy. So you have to find some common ground and negotiate it that way. I think they'll probably end up doing that. I'm just interested to see who the first one to break the trend is and sign, because I think once that happens, you're going to start to see a cascade of it.
Yeah, that is. And I mean, really the biggest pick to watch is Nick Emenwari, who is out of South Carolina, the safety. That is pick 35. That is the next pick that all 34 picks before him. Now, technically Shamar Stewart isn't, but we'll just throw him in. That 34 picks before him have all gotten fully guaranteed deals. Is he the first guy to not get one? Now, he could say, well, last year, this wouldn't even have been an issue because 34 and 33 would not have gotten fully guaranteed deals. So I would not have mattered last year. But it does feel like a concerted effort that we're now more than ever, especially because we did get the ruling that the NFL kind of buried that there was collusion in the NFL, which that there was collusion in the NFL. Oh, Lamar Jackson was available and nobody called him. Not one person called him. And you want to tell me there's not collusion, that no one picked up the phone and was like, so what kind of deal are you looking for? Because I'm going to pay Kirk Cousins $200 million in like a year and give up all my picks to trade up for guys. Maybe I'd be fine getting a Lamar Jackson over here in Atlanta. Maybe that would have been the easy piece instead of trading up to get Michael Penix, giving up draft picks to get Michael Penix and signing Kirk Cousins in the same offseason. I don't know. Maybe I should have gone and got Lamar Jackson. Maybe I should have made that phone call. But I like at the end of the day, we've seen that. We know that it exists in the NFL. So it looks like now the players are fighting back a little bit and the agents are trying to fight back. It does seem, though, you feel bad for a lot of these guys because they are caught in the middle right now of a dispute that isn't so much with them. I know that there was parts of like the MLB is a really interesting setup of how their player union works is that the player union is run by the highest paid players, and things are made that the highest paid players and the players who've been around get it good. Lifetime, health care and all these things that are really, really nice for all of these players. And then they're like, are you like a minor leaguer? $200 a week. We don't care. You have no say in this. And so like the lower end of it is not good because they're not fighting for it. The NFL has made a point over the years to fight for the lower end. The problem is with that, when they have the guys fighting for the lower end and they really stick out on some of these lower end issues, the players at the bottom are like, I just need a paycheck. Like I just need to make this money that's there. And I may have a 3-year career. You can't take one of them off of it. I need to make all of the money I can while I can. And the player that's telling you that deal just signed a $300 million deal. So, and they've got Nike for $400 million and they've got this, and they're telling you, no, it's okay. It's okay. Just wait out on that, guaranteed $2 million that you're about to get because we want to get you a guaranteed 3.5. Like, I need the 2. I need the 2. So I get you're negotiating for future and down the road, but you have to give me that. And so all the CBAs are designed differently because of that. The new NBA one is kind of crazy. I don't know how they agreed to it. It feels like it's not great for the players. But all that being said, it was a really interesting story because it does leave you to believe now, when does this last domino fall? If I look up when are camps starting, I mean, they're coming up pretty soon.
Yeah,
and if
I feel like it's towards the end of July, early August.
Yes, I think, yeah. Yeah, mid to late July.
Mm-hmm.
So some teams are having it July 22nd, 23rd. Earliest reporting date for rookies is July 12th.
Yeah, so you're probably going to start to see some movement on this stuff within the next 10 days.
Yeah. So that is where it's a story to keep up with, because if we get to July 12th and we get to July 15th and we get to there and there isn't a bunch of these second round picks have still not signed, that'll be a big piece to watch, because that is a huge negotiation point happening in the NFL right now for a lot of these rookies. Alfred Collins is the one that you're noticing here for Texas. That's the one that Texas fans are going to look out at and maybe point out the most, because it is definitely something that you don't ever want to see your people. You don't want to see your people get stuck like that.
Wasn't Andrew Makuba a second round pick as well?
I think he might have been.
I'm pretty sure he was. So
Yeah.
that's another one that
he was the last pick. He was the last pick in the second round.
Yeah. So he probably has the least amount of leverage out of any of these.
No, I'm sure he's just like, let me sign, man. Let me sign.
Yeah, that dude just wants to sign and play football, and that's also kind of just his character as well. Like he's a humble guy, and he just wants to get out there and live his dream and play football with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Like he's probably sitting there twiddling his thumbs like, can I please just sign my damn contract so I can play?
And I think you look at a guy like Will Johnson too, who's a guy who feels like he was 100% a first round pick, and medical issues would tell you probably, well, he wants that guarantee. But I think a guy like Will Johnson also goes, I get it, man. Let me go prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Like, maybe his family, maybe his friends are like, you should probably try and get as much guaranteed. He's like, I don't care. Look, when I'm on my third contract in the NFL, y'all come tell me what you think I should do. I am a better player than half of these guys. I'm going to go out and prove them wrong. And so when those guys like that are not signing, that's where you just go, you feel bad for him, because he's just itching to get out there and prove everybody wrong that he is a higher pick. Now, you never know, because sometimes these NFL teams get it right too. And they know what's happening more than anybody else. And that's why you have these guys with injury concerns not get picked. And that's the place. But yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes. If we get to like 35, if we get 5 more picks, if we get 6 more picks that get guaranteed, how many more go in there? The Browns would have to do it again. The Browns are the ones who broke everything by, giving Deshaun Watson the fully guaranteed contract. And really just like, if you're a quarterback, if you're an NFL player and you see what happened with all that, you're like, this is the worst person to get that contract. I don't know if there's any worse example than a guy who is a sexual predator who's also always hurt.
Yeah.
It's not bad enough that he is a person who has done something alleged sexual predator. Sorry, alleged. Nothing criminals come out. I don't know what happened. Alleged sexual predator is still out there, but he's hurt. He's just been hurt too. Like, I was a huge Deshaun Watson fan when he was with the Texans. I loved when they picked him, and it's just his reputation has gone really downhill, and that fully guaranteed contract shows you what the Browns are. So now we're just watching more of this negotiation. The agents really trying to fight back on this. It'll be a contentious point going into the next CBA as well, that you're going to see all the NFL, the Players Association basically like, here's all the times that we have now proven through text messages and everything else that here's, collusion, that you guys are doing that. And then on the flip side of that, here's the NFL going, here's all you guys sitting out and asking for more and basically trying to break the CBA. So all those things going together. And Sooner Cowboys, I don't think he quit working. I think he's just been hurt. Like genuinely, I think his body's breaking down. And so his body started to break down and he's just not being able to handle it. It happens. It's why you don't try and give giant contracts to guys going into their 30s. It's a risk you take on all of them. Sometimes they really get their body up full, but a lot of other guys are really good at working hard, but they're not good at the rest and relaxation and all the recovery stuff that keeps you in the game. When you're not good at that stuff, that's when you get those massive injuries, and then you can't train the way you want, and then you can't do anything anymore. Like Deshaun Watson already had a decent contract with the Texans, and he was still working hard while he was there, and then it was just injuries. It was just injury after injury. So he's got to figure all that out. And I know it's hard when you say the worst, when you say he's not good at rest and relaxation and recovery, and we know why he is in the trouble he's in. Maybe that's part of it, is he's like, no, I know I have a formula that works. I'm like, no, not that formula, different formula. Try something else.
Literally any other formula, Deshaun, please.
Any other formula. All right, let's take a break, Matt. When we come back, I want to get into NBA free agency, recap some of the big moves. A huge move for a former Texas player happened today as well, or last night. Today? No, it was today. Happened today as well. We'll get into that. We'll get into a lot of different stuff that's going on in the NBA. We'll also have some NFL talk as well as we continue on here on a Tuesday afternoon version of Open Gym. It's a short week. We get the 4th of July on Friday. I hope everybody's going to have a good time on Friday and have big plans for that. But we're going to keep it rolling along here on Open Gym right after these words from a few sponsors.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Tuesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Rocking and rolling along with you. Just talked a lot of college football, a little bit about that second round picks. No one's signing yet, all that good stuff. But I want to get into some NBA conversation with you, Matt, as well. My dog's still being pretty good right now. He's been pretty good once he jumped on the bed, even though he's not supposed to. And
he deserves it.
he's trying to make noise behind me. He does. He's just not supposed to because he's made rapist sutures out. So I'm trying to keep him as mobilized as possible. And he's a dog. He doesn't want to listen to those types of things. So, but he's doing all right. He's doing all right behind me as he is. He's crashed out still. He's crashed out. We keep rolling along. A lot happening in the NBA. We thought maybe this would be a little bit more boring of a free agency because there wasn't a lot. There wasn't a ton of cap space for a lot of teams. Some people thought there may be some trades, then some guys opted in, and then, the Giannis trade, basically that turns into, I don't think that's going to happen. Now we know it's really not going to happen. But things started picking up. And yesterday we saw, a good flash of stuff. Your D'Angelo Russell to Mavs was real. That happened yesterday. We saw that. I'm just going to go down the list of some of these kind of going reverse order. Of some of these signings, and we'll just kind of go past some of them that are not big ones and then get to the bigger ones and discuss those. We saw the Cavs added Larry Nance Jr. Drew Eubanks ends up going to the Kings after he got waived by the Clippers. The Nuggets. Let's get to the Nuggets conversation. They signed Tim Hardaway Jr. today. And the Nuggets have been adding a decent number of pieces for a team that really doesn't have much flexibility to do anything. And, this is a team that took the defending champs to a game 7. They took Oklahoma City. They took your champions to a game 7 with, a pretty depleted roster. A lot of guys hurt. Their coach was gone. They have now changed up and brought in a couple of Mavs coaches to help out that coaching staff as well. JJ Barea headed over. I believe Jared Dudley is also in the conversation now. So we get to the Denver Nuggets. They bring in they bring in Bruce Brown. So you get another defender that can go out there and be a perimeter defender, helps you out against a team like OKC, against an SGA, gives you someone else to help guard so it doesn't have to be Jamal Murray. They also make a trade sending Michael Porter Jr. to the Nets. They send a pick out with that, and they get Cam Johnson. I think this is a great trade for the Nuggets. You have to give up a pick for it. Yes, that's no good. It's unprotected. It shouldn't matter as much. You're the Nuggets. You have Jokic. They're basically the Nets are betting on the fact that Jokic will be gone by this point. I think it's like 2032 or something like that. But the Nuggets have to make that deal. They get Cam Johnson, and Cam Johnson, a much more consistent player than Michael Porter Jr., who we saw at some points, and I know he was hurt last season, but he really just disappeared in some games. They needed him and needed some of those 3-point shots. I think adding Cam Johnson adds in that player who can hit those shots for you, can do a lot of what Michael Porter Jr. did. Maybe not quite as athletic as Michael Porter Jr. at his best, but can definitely be a better sharpshooter at times and much more consistent. I think that's a great one. You bring in Tim Hardaway Jr. Again, you lose Russell Westbrook. He's going to be gone off that roster. Tim Hardaway Jr. is kind of adding in another piece of, here's a guy who can get hot for us sometimes. Give us a few extra points off the bench sometimes. I get the face. He's not a great player. He's a bench player to come in. I think he's a decent signing at that. He is someone that probably in the playoffs will have 2 to 3 games with like 18 points out of 4 series.
he'll probably shoot 25 shots in those games.
No, but I'm saying he has games where he will be able to hit some shots and some where he won't. They also trade Dario Saric, who they didn't play a lot, at big man. They just didn't want to play, and they get Jonas Valanciunas there, so they get another big man, which was a huge problem for them last season, that they did not have a backup big man. So this is one where I think Denver is really, with not having a lot of assets to trade, not having a lot to be able to move around and do some things, really escalated their chances to go back and compete next season and put some better things around Jokic to try and get him some wins. The backup center is huge. I think the trade for Cam Johnson is a real home run to getting somebody else who can really hit those threes. And I like Bruce Brown. I like Tim Hardaway Jr. as guys that you're not paying a ton of money. They're both 1-year deals. And there's some people to come in and try and help you out in some positions you have trouble with.
Yeah, I mean, I for my money, Denver got much better than they were a year ago.
Yeah,
and like you said, that was a team that competed with the Oklahoma City Thunder in a really knockdown, drag-out series where they easily could have won that series. And had they won that series, I'm not sure that there's another team in the West that would have stopped them. You know, it's they very well could have won an NBA title again. Who did they hire as their new head coach? Have they done that yet?
It's the guy that took over.
Okay. Well, that kind of sucks. I was hoping they'd bring in somebody from the outside and you know, get have a new perspective in there. But you know, you get a guy in Cam Johnson who averaged 18.8 points a game, 4.3 rebounds per game, 3.4 assists per game. So he can really fill it up. I agree with you. I think he's more consistent than Michael Porter Jr. He shoots 45% from the field. He shoots 39% from three, so he can really he's a very good shooter. And Michael Porter Jr. has had a history of injuries throughout his career. I mean, he came into the NBA with an injury issue. So you're kind of moving off that, bringing in a guy who you know is going to be around. Honestly, the only real issue I have is the Tim Hardaway Jr. move. I'm glad it's only a 1-year deal, but I watched a lot of Tim Hardaway Jr. over the years with the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah. And
he is one of the most frustrating players that you could possibly watch in the NBA. Because one, you see the flashes when he's scoring at a high rate, he's really exciting to watch and he just hits it. The problem is he is always of the opinion that he has the greenest light in the NBA. So as soon as he gets the ball, it can become a situation where it turns into a black hole and he just launches something up and it clanks off and you're going to transition the other way. I think that Denver is probably going to regulate that, given the role that he's going to have on the team, and they're going to say, okay, look, if you got a good shot, you can take it, but you're not shooting every time you touch the ball. Let's just get that out of the way right now. So if that happens, I feel pretty good about it. And you're basically switching out Russell Westbrook, who had a similar situation at all the stops that he was at for Tim Hardaway Jr., who is probably more of a position of need anyway on the wing than a point guard. So I really like what they did. I would, after these moves, I mean, maybe this is a little bit too much. You could tell me if I'm being kind of an idiot here, but I think that they're easily a top 5 seed in the West after all.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, 100%.
I mean, a lot of teams have gotten better so far. I think Denver, outside of probably Houston, has gotten as good or better than anybody else in the NBA, just by the sheer,
especially in the West. Especially
in the West. I mean, Houston has gone out and gotten some good names, which I'm sure we'll talk about here in a second. But outside of that, it's really hard to find anybody who's gotten better than Denver.
No, I think they've added pieces. I think they could add another point guard, and it would not kill them. Losing Westbrook, and then not really. I mean, Jamal Murray's your starting point guard, basically, but he can play off the ball as well. So adding somebody who's a little bit better ball handler off the bench wouldn't kill them, but that's somebody you're trying to add that's low level. So you don't necessarily need to bring in somebody that's a big name for that one. But that's I think for Denver, when you look through all of it, and the Tim Hardaway Jr., it is. It's what they did last year, which was Westbrook you can't really regulate. So when we have Murray and Jokic off the court, have fun.
Yeah.
And as long as your plus minus isn't like -15, we're fine with it. We just need you to keep it relatively simple. So just keep it relatively close while we're gone. And then some games you're going to be an advantage for us. And others you can keep it close. As long as you don't come in and all of a sudden they go on a big run, then we're fine. Just let us get our guys some rest. That's kind of what they use Westbrook for. I think they're going to try and do that a little bit more by committee. And that's what you have Tim Hardaway, where you can pull him out of the game. And Westbrook, you start pulling him out of games, he becomes very upset. And I think Hardaway, you can get away with doing that a little bit more.
Yeah, we also you don't have to play Hardaway down the stretch necessarily just because he's Tim Hardaway Jr. like you did with Russell Westbrook.
Exactly.
And he's a guy. He's one of the few role players in the NBA who, on any given night, he can explode for 40 points. So that's a plus in and of itself.
We also saw former Longhorn Jericho Sims get a new deal. He is going back to the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Bucks have been very, very busy this offseason, where that was a thought. Damian Lillard tears his Achilles, and they think, okay, how about we have a gap year? How about we don't go? Apparently that's not the plan. They lose Brook Lopez. He ends up on the Clippers in a new deal. They trade Pat Connaughton away, and we know then Damian Lillard, they do a cut and stretch where he's going to get paid $22 million a year for the next 5 seasons. That's just on the books for the next 5 seasons, but that stretches out. That gives him some cap flexibility. So they bring in Miles Turner to a 4-year deal. Probably the biggest name in free agency. Not a huge class this year, but Miles Turner gets himself a 4-year deal. It makes me a little sad because I think the Spurs could have paid that amount and it would not have killed them to go after him and try and make that deal. Now, they didn't have the cap space. Like, it would have been harder because you would have had to do a sign and trade to make it work. But at the same part, what he ended up getting was not that bad. And the fact that the Pacers wouldn't offer him that really is a problem. Because the Pacers,
very surprised by that.
Yeah, the fact that they apparently were sitting at 3 years, like 3 years, $60 million was what they were looking at. That was what they were pitching Miles Turner. Was 3 years, $60 million, and you're like, you can't do that. He got a 4-year, $107 million deal, which is not a ton. It's a little over 25 a year. That's not a ton. And so I think like 26.5 or something a year is not like, that's not a bunch of money for a guy who is there. Now, that's what I say about the new CBA is in the old CBA when, you could still sign players and make some things and the aprons weren't there. So players were much more, teams were much more active to get in the tax. Miles Turner probably could have gotten 30 plus a year, but 26.5 is not bad at all for him. He gets his long-term deal that he is very happy about, and he gets paid. I think he also looked over at Naz Reid getting a deal around 25 a year, and he's like, "You're not even going to offer me Naz Reid money? Naz Reid is a backup on Minnesota. I'm a starting center on the defending Eastern Conference champions, and y'all don't value me enough. This is why you guys are never going to win. Like, this is why you can't get to that next level. It's because you're just not willing to make reasonable deals. That deal he signed was not him begging for a ton of money. So as much as I was rooting for Indy during the finals, this move right here perplexes me a lot. I get Tyrese Halliburton's going to be out for most of the next season, and maybe you're not fully on board, but 3 years, $60 million is what I heard was what the offer was. And that is crazy to think you were going to get him for that.
And I'm sure Tyrese Halliburton's pissed about this. I'm sure Rick Carlisle's pissed about this.
Yeah.
This is just a bad look for Indiana. There's no really other way to say it. He was the longest tenured Pacer on the roster.
Yeah. And I know he didn't have a
like
great
that.
finals, but he had an awesome Eastern Conference finals.
Yeah. I mean, this is not nearly the same thing, so I don't want to pretend like it is. But how many more times are we going to see a team lose in the finals and one of their star players doesn't have the best series in the finals, even though he had a great playoffs throughout the rest of the time, and then they're like, no, we don't want you anymore. I mean, that's what the Mavericks did to Luka. Obviously, it was a bigger deal because it's Luka Doncic, but
yeah,
like you can't just like say, oh, you had one bad playoff series, and now we don't want you anymore. We're going to find somebody else.
And to say like you're not worth this amount of money, because that's a Luka thing, and we'll get into SGA and the Thunder and what this does to them in the short term and the long term. But they paid their player. He did everything he was supposed to, and they paid him. And yeah, to see them not go out and give him a reasonable contract. This is not a crazy contract. To give your starting center a little bit of stability and pay him under $30 million, where you go, okay, we get it. We're paying Siakam, we're paying Halliburton a bunch of money. We're going to pay Miles Turner as our third guy, and then we'll figure it out from there. I don't know what you do at center now. I don't know. And you're also kind of screwed for next season. You're basically done for next season now because there's no other center. So I don't know what trade you're going to make or what you're going to be able to pull off, because now you can't replace him. It isn't like there's options out there to go get somebody now because everybody's already been started to be signed. So we just saw another signing just now as we're talking, and everything is moving. Yeah, Duncan Robinson. Duncan Robinson goes. He's that trade.
Duncan Robinson is being traded to the Pistons.
Oh no, he's a free agent deal. I guess they cut him.
Well, it's a sign. I guess it's a sign and trade. Okay. But they're sending Simone Fonte. Gosh, I'm terrible. Simone Fontecchio to Miami. Simone Fontecchio to Miami for Duncan Robinson. He signs a 3-year, $48 million deal. Yeah, things are moving. So I don't know what Indiana's going to do to try and find a replacement. Maybe they can make a trade somewhere, but I don't know what they're going to trade in order to bring a center into the roster and still be able to compete next year. It kind of seems like they're just folding their hand before the season starts.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Going back to the Bucks, they also bring in Gary Trent Jr. and Torian Prince into this team. They keep Bobby Portis and Kevin Porter Jr. They have really made a good, and Gary Harris they also brought in as well. They're really trying to bring in some pieces to try and be competitive. And if you look in that Eastern Conference, you're like, okay, it's an Indy team that is now beat up and down, and it's a Boston team that's beat up and down. They had to get rid of Boston, had to get rid of a bunch of players. Indy just lost their we just took Indy's Indy's player. We just took, you look at that and you go, well, okay, they're competitive in the East now.
Yeah.
And that Milwaukee season off and Giannis being traded and everything else, they just look the other way. When it's the East, we can compete in here.
Yeah, and Detroit's going to be competing in there as well. But after that, it's like who's really competing in this conference now?
No, I agree 100%.
A whole lot of teams. And the Torian Prince signing, I just want to say, I love this signing for one reason and one reason in particular.
Why is that?
He has arguably the best answer to a press conference question that I have ever seen out of a college basketball player.
Oh, the one where he explained everything? Or
the one where he, so the reporter asks him, how does a team like Yale, I think it was Yale, how does a team like Yale out-rebound Baylor? And he says, well, a rebound is when a shot is missed and you go up and you grab the ball and you bring it down. That's considered a rebound. They had more of those than we did. He will forever be one of my favorite players because of that answer alone.
Another team in the East who has made some additions and done some things in free agency and really is trying to ruin the Spurs pick, where the Spurs are like, yeah, we got that Atlanta pick down the road. Atlanta trying to get back in the conversation. We know they made the trade for Kristaps Porzingis. They bring in Luke Kennard now to give them another shooter. And then they bring in Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They have that $25 million trade exception. So they basically can do a sign and trade for nothing for Nickeil Alexander-Walker and bring him in. They do lose a lot of players as well. We know Clint Capella is gone. Karis LeVert's gone. Larry Nance Jr. is gone. They had a trade. They traded away Terrence Mann. They traded away George Niang. So they've gotten rid of some pieces as well. But now you add in Nickeil Alexander-Walker is another guy you can put on this roster that can play. Luke Kennard can play, and Kristaps Porzingis. I think if you look at Atlanta, they're trying to put themselves. Now, which Kristaps Porzingis are you getting? And again, I don't think any of this matters in the playoffs. I don't think they're a real chance to go to the finals. But I will say, I think they're a playoff team. I think they're not in the play-on anymore. I think they may jump up to being a playoff team now.
I mean, they can go 38-44 and still make the playoffs. So that's not really saying much. But I do think that they've made some good moves to get better. I know there was all of that stuff, that all those rumors about, Harry Lollipop. What's his name? Trey.
Oh, Trae Young.
Trae Young. There was all those rumors about him being traded this offseason. I don't think that's happening anymore, obviously, because they've made these moves to try and put some better players around him, put a couple shooters around him. So it seems like they're going to try and ride that out. I don't think it's going to work out very well for them because I just think that they're too far behind to really compete for anything meaningful. So they'll probably get a 7 or 8 seed in the playoffs and be bounced out pretty quickly. But you do like to see teams like that at least try to get better, and maybe they can make a couple more moves here to increase their chances. But right now, at least they're being aggressive. That's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, and then a team who's not being aggressive is the Boston Celtics. They're on the flip when we talk about teams that are not, if you talk about teams that are not having the best offseason, this is new ownership, new world. Jason Tatum's hurt, and we're in the second apron. We really need to get out of that second apron so we can make moves next season and try and rebuild things in a year. But that means we got to ditch players. We just have to ditch players. And so they ditch Kristaps Porzingis. They ditch Jrue Holiday. They just get rid of him. And I know you brought in Anthony Simons, but you're not keeping him. I mean, either you're trading him again or he's gone. You're not re-signing him. So I don't know what his long-term deal is. And then, Luke Cornett ends up on the Spurs. So now you don't even have that piece anymore. So you end up now, how do you replace him? Is Luka Garza, you get on a 2-year deal. You've got George Niang and Josh Mano. Like, you're not adding anybody really. So you're just trying to keep it together, but you lost 2 contributors to that championship team. And I get they were getting older. They weren't competitive the next season, but you can't go, these guys were a huge part of us winning a championship in 2024, and we just ditched them in 2026. Like that, they're just gone. We didn't replace them. We didn't do anything, but these big, and Luke Cornett was part of that. I mean, he was playing minutes. So these are 3 players that you have not really replaced on the Celtics. They're going to have a long road to get back to where they need to be. They were able to keep Derek White. They were able to keep Jaylen Brown. And Jason Tatum will come back. He's young enough. Achilles aren't what they used to be. So, I mean, and apparently not either way. The injuries aren't as bad, and apparently they don't make Achilles as good as they used to. I do not remember back in the day, 7 guys going down with Achilles every season.
Dude, and what's crazy, by the way, and this is a little bit of an NBA conspiracy theory, but maybe you shouldn't wear number 0 in the NBA anymore. 3 guys wearing number 0 last year tore their Achilles.
I think that is somewhat of cause and effect of, like, if you're good enough to wear the number 0, you're probably going to get the ball a lot more.
Yeah, but it's just the sheer coincidence there is just kind of like, if I'm wearing the number 0 in the NBA, I'm going to, like, just because I'm a little bit of a superstitious guy, I'm going to my team like, can I change numbers? Because I really don't want this to happen to me next year.
So what you're saying is the fact that Bilal Coulibaly wears a number 0 for the Wizards, so that Trey Johnson did not wear it, is actually positive for Trey Johnson's career.
Absolutely.
Okay, I like that. We should someone tell Trey Johnson, guys, Bilal Coulibaly is taking the hit for you in the Achilles range. Apparently, the number 0 is not the one to have. I'm sure he'd be happy to know that after the clip we played yesterday of him being like, yeah, no, I just picked it.
I was just vibing with number 12, man.
I just looked at the list. what numbers are not retired and not being used. All right, I'll take that one. We did see Kyrie Irving agrees to his extension, and D'Angelo Russell is brought in to be your backup guard in Dallas. That is not what their intentions are to do for everything. Guys, now you're starting to see the vision. You're starting to see it. It'll start coming up soon. Soon it'll start coming up. So they're still working on what they want to put together everywhere. Don't have a ton of flexibility, but I expect them to try and make at least one more move in this offseason as they keep going on. We are seeing
hold on. So with the, well, I can get to this later, but there's this weird trend with the Mavericks.
Yes.
I'll just get into it now.
Yeah, go for it.
There's this incredibly weird trend with the Mavericks that I saw a graphic of it today on Twitter. They love to recycle guards from the Brooklyn Nets. Jason Kidd, Deron Williams, Kyrie Irving, D'Angelo Russell, Devin Harris. Who's the guy that they had on the roster this year that's not going to be there anymore? Spencer Dinwiddie. That's like 6 or 7 guys that played for the Nets, and then they went on. Like, it's kind of a weird thing, you know.
It is, but it probably falls into, these are guys that are in the right price range of expendable guards, and we have similar players around that we're building around. But yeah, it's not a good look. I think if you have someone in your staff that goes, hey, this is the 8th player we've signed that the Nets just had on their roster, you should go, oh, I didn't realize that. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I'm going to look at that again before I do it now. Like, am I just watching these teams and I'm looking to go, oh, that's a deal, and then realize it's not a deal? And, you kind of get caught up on that one when you when you go to the store to buy something and you think you're getting a really good deal, and then you realize later you were like, oh, it's marked down $2, and it's still $1 more expensive than if I would have just gotten the other product.
Yeah. Let's look at the Nets roster real quick and look at their guards.
Okay.
You've got Cam Thomas, DeAnthony Melton, Terrence Mann, Tyrese Martin, and Keon Johnson are the guards that they have on the payroll right now. One of those guys, if this trend continues, is going to end up on the Mavericks.
Well, you better hope it's Cam Thomas.
I hope it is. Well, actually, I don't hope it is. I hope he goes to the Rockets
fan now. You're a Rockets fan now, which we should talk about the Rockets because they have been busy. The Rockets have been busy in what they're doing. We know the trade. They trade off Dylan Brooks. They trade off Jalen Green, and they add Kevin Durant. They keep Steven Adams. They keep Aaron Holiday. They keep Jeff Green. They keep Jabari Smith. They keep Fred VanVleet. They keep all these pieces. So the only guys that have left are the guys they traded. And then they go out and get Dorian Finney-Smith, who basically replaces Dylan Brooks for you. He is now a part of that roster. He helps you out a ton. That is a really good piece to help out this Rockets. And then you say, well, we have Steven Adams. We feel pretty good at that center position, but we still probably need a little bit more help because Alperen Şengün hasn't really been the defensive center we need. So even though we like to have Alperen Şengün out there, we realize he's more of a power forward at this point. So we're going to run him more in that. And maybe now that, we got rid of Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green, we're going to have more minutes in there because Kevin Durant's not going to probably play the minutes, especially during the season. So we'll kind of rotate Jabari Smith and Amin Thompson in that 2-3. And then we can kind of stick some guys into that circle and Dorian Finney-Smith. And we can add another big man on top, a guy coming back to the Rockets and Clint Capella. I like the pickup. We know Steven Adams has been good, but he also gets hurt at points. He's a little bit older. You don't want to use him a ton of minutes. So now you have two guys that can rebound and can block shots. That's what you wanted out of that. You put two of those guys on the roster. You don't make Alperen Şengün have to go and do that. You're still very much set up. If you want to make another trade for a big player, they are still loaded with talent. So you could still, if someone becomes available, I know now it does not look like Giannis is going to come available. But if someone were to come available that they really wanted to go after, if someone on the Knicks suddenly becomes available that they feel would be an upgrade, they can go and try and make that trade. They still have a lot of flexibility with those. I mean, they are just having a really good offseason to come off of finishing second in the West and losing in the first round, where you could have kind of sucked it up and said, stay the course and we'll get there. They did not. This is the difference between small market and bigger market teams. Small market is let's stay the course. Big market is let's go big. Spend the money. Get in the luxury tax. We don't care. Let's go after it. That's what the Rockets are doing.
And that's what NBA Finals contenders do is they get aggressive and they don't stand pat and hope that things work out for the best or trust the process, so to speak. I mean, you look at what their starting lineup could be now, Patrick, and this is as good of a starting lineup as you're probably going to find in the West outside of maybe Oklahoma City. You got Fred VanVleet, Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alperen Şengün probably as your starters. Maybe you substitute Steven Adams in there for Şengün or whatever, but that's a legitimate top-of-the-line starting lineup in the Western Conference. It's going to have an ability, and you look at the depth of that team as well. That's a legitimate roster that is going to compete for an NBA Finals appearance next year. Are they going to win it? I still have my money on OKC. But I don't. I mean, the West is just getting better and better, man. The distance between the West and the East is just getting vaster and vaster and vaster. So, the final four teams next year, for my money, are probably, Oklahoma City, Houston, Denver, and you could pick and choose that fourth team. Probably the Lakers if they, spend all the money that we anticipate them spending at a certain point because they don't care about the second apron anymore.
Yep. But
this is a legitimate roster now that is going to compete, and you love to see teams be aggressive like this and compete because you want to see somebody else. The trend is there are no more back-to-back champions, so you want to see teams get themselves into that conversation.
That is, and speaking of the champions, Oklahoma City goes out and makes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the richest contract and the richest player in NBA history of the contract. They sign a monster deal with Shai. It is a 4-year, $285 million super max contract. That is a lot of money. He deserves it. He won MVP. He won a finals, and he won finals MVP. There's very little you can ask more for a player than to show up and do what he's paid to do. This is a difference. I talked to my man Tyler Campbell, who's an OKC fan, son of the great Earl Campbell. He's an OKC fan. He hit me up, and we were talking about it. And he's like, why don't more teams not do this? I go, they're not allowed to. They got SGA in 2019. It was a 6-year build from when they got SGA to where they are now. And then as soon as that happens, they got to pay him a ton of money, which really hamstrings you about trying to do anything else. But it's like it works. So small market teams are trying to use that trend and trying to go there and build in a way of player development and everything else. SGA just found a way to get everything done. He's improved. He's going to be a really good player. It would be surprising at this point with that contract that he wins another title because the West is just so good. It's just going to be really hard to get back to that. But I mean, if you're OKC, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to build a guy. You're supposed to build your team. You're supposed to build a star and then get a star who wants to stay in Oklahoma City, because they've had guys that they've offered money and they walked away. If you look at the history of Oklahoma City and you looked at the Pacers and you saw how many guys they brought back in, and then you look at Oklahoma City and you go, which guys are you bringing back? Who's your legends that you're bringing back here in OKC? Or are they more thought about with other teams? And I don't think they have that. And SGA could be the guy. SGA could be the guy who plays the rest of his career in OKC, is a legend. They built him a statue. He won an MVP. He won a finals. You build him a statue. You pay him all this money. I get it's going to be really hard to get back because it's just hard to do in today's game, especially when you're paying a guy all that money. And you can't go over the apron. Like, that's the real deal. They could, if they're willing to spend the money, great. I don't think they are. It's a smaller market team. They're going to have to answer some questions. I think they're still going to be good next season. I think they'll be ready to go back and compete and be a top team in the West again next season. You got to stay healthy. We saw it with Boston last year. Boston was 100% picked to be the team to go back and be the first repeat in the finals in years, right? And then they weren't quite the team they were, and Porzingis was, dealing with long COVID, and so they're pushing him, and then the Tatum injury, it all derails and goes off. So you've got to stay healthy. Don't ever want injuries, so knock on wood on that one. But I mean, OKC's ready to compete for another year, and then it is, let's see how we rebuild. How do we start to go when we have to get rid of Dort and we have to get rid now? They still have a ton of picks, so if they keep nailing picks, they'll still be relevant. But they're now not going to be able to do so much player development and just be like, hey, kid, you're a rookie. We need you to play 17 minutes in a finals game. It changes real quick.
It's amazing to me that a guy who falls down every time he touches the ball or anytime he's touched gets a 70+ million a year. But I mean, I'm being a little facetious. He's obviously one of the best players in the NBA, and he just won them a finals, and he was finals MVP. So he deserves his money because he got them where he said he was going to get them to go. I think that he is probably the most annoying player to watch in the NBA. But the thing is, he makes it work. And until the referees start calling the game differently, then he should keep taking advantage of the rules and keep taking advantage of the calls that they give him. And he's just playing the game. So that's good on him. I do hate this for Oklahoma City in one sense, and it's what you just mentioned. I mean, this essentially takes away their ability to build their roster very much going forward and continue to compete for championships.
But you can't not pay him. You can't lose that chance. You have to pay him.
Yeah, which, I mean, the Dallas Mavericks should learn a lesson here.
Yes, they should have.
You should have paid Luka.
Yep. Because
he would. If SGA can win you a championship, Luka can win you a championship. There's no question in my mind.
No, the thought process. I saw Colin Coward, I think, was talking about this today. They're like, well, would you take Luka or would you take Cooper Flag? And you're like, we cannot have this argument. I get we're looking at it, but that's reductive in the fact that we're pretending that he knew that he had that chance to get it. Stop doing that. Stop.
Yeah, I totally agree. But what Oklahoma City looks like, and I mean, they're going to compete next year. And they'll be right back in it next year, and they'll absolutely have a chance to win a title. But after that, when you start having to pay people like we talked about the other day, Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren and all these other guys, it's going to become a lot more difficult to keep those incredibly vital pieces to your championship run on the roster because you just don't have the money for it, and you're not a big market with a gajillionaire owner like the Lakers who doesn't care if they go above the apron. So it's going to be really hard for them, and this is the thing that really turns me off to the Supermax idea, is that it ultimately just hurts the smaller market teams and helps the big market teams like the Lakers and the Knicks and all those other ones. So it'll be good for Oklahoma City next year. They'll be fine, but let's see where they are 2-3 years from now.
No, and I mean, it is designed to not have dynasties. That is what all this is designed for. It's designed to keep players in markets, but not create dynasties. That the basic Golden State model made everyone go, this sucks. They make more money because they're in California, and we can never compete with them because they can just spend, and they got the players, and we can never, like, how do we compete when they can keep all of their best players and then keep adding people to it? Like, that's not fair. So they've tried to do that, and it isn't fair to small market teams. That's just the way it's always been. The normal thought process for that is, if you're mad about not being fair, sell your team to a billionaire, take your $6 million buyout or payout, and let them move that team to wherever they want to move it to. So that's just the reality of it. I love the fact that teams are staying in the places where they're small market. They make it work, and then every once in a while you get a championship out of it, and you go, man, enjoy that championship because we had to work a little bit harder for it. Speaking of that, Spurs had to work hard for their championships, and they're trying to get back to one. They haven't really done a lot. They lost Mamu. He goes and signs with Toronto. He wasn't playing big minutes. He had that big game where he scored 34 points in like 20-something minutes against the Knicks last year. He's a good player, really cool guy, but it just takes, like, you just can't keep everybody, and so they had to clear out some space. So they end up getting Luke Cornett, which Luke Cornett is one of those guys coming in for the Spurs. It's a solid signing. The money's right. He's a player who has played on a championship team. By all accounts of everybody who's ever known him, he's a really good guy as well. He does a lot of the things you want to be able to help out Wemby, also give you a backup that when he's gone, the stat I saw the other day was, and I'll have to try and put this up and send this to myself so I can put it up on the screen, but I'll pull it up real quick in my phone, is there's basically a stat that is opponent's field goal percentage within 6 feet by closest defender. Chet Holmgren is currently leading the way with 50.9%. Porzingis is actually tied with him at 50.9%. Victor Wembanyama is 6 at 52.6%. Luke Cornett is 8 at 52.9%. So opponent's field goal percentage within 6 feet of the closest defender. They have both been really, really good at playing defense and getting guys shut down. So this is something to add in, that it gives the Spurs a lot of what they want. He's an okay three-point shooter. I think he's like 32%. So he's viable at it. I don't know if they're going to try and get him to do that more in stretch, but he brings in a lot of the pieces you want. But again, it is one of those pieces as a Spurs fan, you're like, could you just do something interesting? Look, I get it. This is the right thing to do, but it has been so long we have been on this trend, and I just want you to make a move. Now, I'll say, I still will be very surprised if Devin Vassell is on this team come the new season. It just would surprise me because he has a big contract, one that in the new CBA doesn't really make the same amount of sense. Like, Devin Vassell makes more money than Miles Turner, and I don't get that. It's just because the CBAs are different, that he signed before they signed the new CBA and the free agency changes. I think Devin Vassell is a really good player, but when you now say you're more of a sharpshooter for us, and that's not really what you do, because we want the ball to be in Wemby's hands. We want the ball to be in Castle's hands. We want the ball to be in De'Aaron Fox's hands. We want the ball to be in Dylan Harper's hands. You're like the fifth guy we want the ball to be in their hands, and that's what you do. But if you're not a 38, 39% shooter, we're paying you a lot of money to just be a 35% three-point shooter. And so that's the question of where I think on a team where he has a little bit more freedom to do some things, where they maybe have guys that are not in the place that, they don't have so many guys that, they don't have 3 guards on their team already, and they don't already have a center that also should get the ball a ton. I'd be surprised if they don't make some side of move, but you never know. It's the Spurs. They could wait on it. They could wait on it till mid-season, try and make a mid-season trade. We'll see where that ends up, but nothing too big out of the Spurs so far in the offseason. I just don't know. I don't know, Matt. I don't know. I'm just waiting for it, and they're doing the right things, but it's so frustrating. So frustrating. Now, look, I'm going to take him over Nico. Take him over Nico.
I think that they've done the right thing so far.
Yeah.
I think that Luke Cornett is a very good signing for them. You needed to get another big that could play immediately and be a good rim defender and rebound and do all the things that he does, and he can shoot a little bit and all those things. I don't think they need to rush out and go find a trade for Devin Vassell just for the sake of making a move. I think that would be a problem. I think you wait and you find the right deal for him. Whoever that ends up being in that trade, I'm with you. I would be surprised if he is on this roster by the end of next season. It's just a matter of finding the right deal, not rushing it, and bringing in the right guy, the right piece in exchange. And I think they'll do it. I mean, Patrick, maybe it happens tomorrow, and we come back on the show, and the Spurs have traded for, name a guy. It doesn't matter. I don't expect them to just stand pat and do nothing. I just think that they're taking a more, considerate approach to what they're doing, which I'm a fan of. And it's why I know they've been down the last few years relative to where they were before, but I think that they're probably up there as one of the best run franchises in the NBA next to Oklahoma City. And
we should put in, they were at least a play-in team, if not a playoff team last year, with a healthy Victor Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox. That never really, they played 2 games together. So, we never really got to see what that would become. So, we don't know what this team is. Now they had Dylan Harper. You get Steph Castle with another year on it. Luke Cornett is Bismack Biyombo was playing as a starting center for the Spurs at the end of last season. So, I think you're adding more and more of these pieces in. They're doing everything right. I expect there still to be another move. I don't know if it's going to happen soon or not. The Knicks brought in Gershon Yabusele, the kid out of France who was really good in the Olympics for the French team, that power forward. That was another guy the Spurs were apparently very interested in. But he ends up not going to the Spurs. So I think they were still looking for somebody else there. I know they were in the bidding for him. So, but free agency doesn't start for another few days anyway. There's still a few days until any of this actually gets put in. So there's still a couple more weeks on it, and we'll see what they do eventually. And, some of these teams too, if they missed out, now they're trying to figure out the trade market. So everyone's trying to figure out free agency right now. Once that kind of goes through, now it falls in the trade market, and some of these teams may have people that become available because they're trying to find somebody else. And that's where Vassell, when they go, we were going to get a guard, but they all win. We were going to get somebody in here, and we weren't able to get them done. Speaking of the Knicks and Yabusele, they also get Jordan Clarkson. They don't really lose anybody. I think these are both really good pickups for really cheap for the Knicks. It's 2 value guys that are going to be able to come in and play solid minutes for you next season. They had no depth at all last season. You've just added 2 more real depth pieces for your team. That is a guard who can score for you and a power forward who can score and do different things for you. I think it's a huge addition. They're also, the rumor is Mike Brown is a front runner right now to be the new head coach of the Knicks. It's kind of my reaction. I don't think the full head back, maybe just an eye roll for me for the Mike Brown signing. It was interesting. Apparently they talked to Dawn Staley, which was fun to see that they reached out to Dawn Staley about it as well. They talked to a lot of assistant coaches. They talked to Dawn Staley and they talked to Mike Brown. Apparently Mike Brown is the front runner right now, which is not surprising. Well, I'll tell you what's really not surprising about it is they are looking for a player coach, and Mike Brown is the player coach. That is what he is. He has gone, every team he goes to is after a really strict coach gets fired, and everyone's like, we hate coaches. We hate coaches. Mike Brown comes in and smooths everything over. He doesn't win championships.
Yeah, and then he gets fired and they bring in somebody else.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'll put it this way. The Mike Brown story that's always the craziest for me was when the Spurs played the Cavs in the finals. Back. This is what it was, 07, maybe 05. But they're playing them in the finals, and it's LeBron James, early LeBron James, and Mike Brown, and they start playing, and then the Spurs realize they're calling out plays, and the Spurs are like, those are our plays. And Mike Brown is just taking the playbook and not changed any of it really. And so they're like, we know all these. So their defense was like, as soon as they said anything, these are our plays from like a year ago. So just do what we like. We know how to defend it. We know where the play is going. We know what this is. And they just knew how to defend it almost exactly because they were like, they're just running our old playbook. No, Mike Brown has evolved a long way past that, but that is a egregious coaching error to take your team to the finals and then play against a team where they know your playbook.
I think that there's sort of an epidemic in the NBA and honestly in professional sports in general of these head coaches just getting recycled time and time and time again. And I'm so over it. Like, give a young and up and coming assistant coach a shot. Like,
yeah,
I don't care.
I mean, we've seen them do it with most of these teams have. I think the Knicks are just run, but their owner is not the best owner.
Guys like Mike Brown and Doc Rivers and, a little bit to a lesser extent, Tom Thibodeau, who I think is a better coach than both of those guys. But all these guys just keep getting recycled over and over and over again. Yeah. And at a certain point, you have to be like, we need to get some new blood in the coaching industry.
No, I agree. But I think there is. I mean, basically all the new coaches who got hired, other than who the Knicks are going to hire, is a new coach. I mean, these are all assistant coaches that got hired. Dave Adelman is a new coach of the Nuggets. They just hired the guy, I can't remember the other one that fired their coach. Memphis hired the assistant that they had brought in. So that guy, Mitch Johnson for the Spurs. I know he was active coach last year, but Mitch Johnson's a new coach.
So those are also all guys who are already there.
I get that, but it's really hard to go find somebody outside of it and make a splash hire and all of that stuff. It's just difficult to do. I mean, it happens. It happens more in the NBA than any other sport that they bring in people that are really not there because the NBA doesn't. Like in the NBA, you'll see coaches that coach for like 6 years and then never coach again. It's over. There's like, it's done. It's done. He didn't win. So they'll do that. I want to get to one more team before I go in, and we'll talk about some of the free agents that are still out there. But there's one more team who is one of the losers right now because they have done nothing. And this is a team that everybody thought old Rob Pelinka wearing his leather jacket. What a GM. Oh, this Lakers team has got to be one of the smartest teams. Make sure my dog doesn't fall off the bed. One of the smartest teams out there. They are like all so happy about Rob Pelinka and now what he's doing. What have the Lakers done so far? They lose Dorian Finney-Smith. Couldn't keep him. Guy that Luka likes.
Yeah,
guy
I'm
that
sure Luka
they
was super happy about that.
That is really one of the wings that can actually play differently than all the other wings they have. That guy, they let him just walk away, lose him in free agency. And who do they bring in? The one guy they brought in, Jake LaRavia, everybody. They brought in another white guy to add to their Tres Leches is now Cuatro Leches. And he is another guy who isn't, I mean, he's not really the same as the other players because he's not as good, but he feels kind of in that same mold of a player of what he wants to do, which is LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves all kind of would like to be able to be playmakers. Maybe he's just not as good of one. I don't really get the signing for him. I feel like you already have that guy. You've already got a few guys like that. I get he's cheap, but none of it makes, and you still don't have a center. The only center on your roster is Jackson Hayes, who your coach said wasn't good enough to play last year. How do you still not have a center? You have one of the greatest players of all time in LeBron James on your roster. You have Luka Doncic, who's one of the greatest players today, and you have basically said, well, we're just going to wait till LeBron retires, and then we'll have some room to spend money. That's the real thought process in LA right now.
I also heard, first of all, I almost got by a Shams Charania parody account on Twitter yesterday. One of them tweeted out, Draymond Green has been traded to the Lakers in exchange for Dalton Connect, Austin Reeves, and then it named like a couple of other players and 5 first-round picks or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, this is fake. So I thought they had made a move there. But then you're starting to hear these things about Rob Pelinka too, that like he tried to tank the market, and this is all, reported. I'm not reporting. Like, this is just what I saw online. Hearsay. But he tried to tank the market for Dorian Finney-Smith so that he could bring him back for less money. You think that's going to make your real star player Luka Doncic happy? That you did that to his literally his best friend in the NBA? I don't think so.
No, I don't think any of it. Well, first of all, here's the other deal. Rob Pelinka is not going to be with the Lakers much longer. As soon as the sale goes through and the buses are done, if Jeannie Buss is still running things, but she's going to get pushed out pretty quickly, then Rob Pelinka's gone. The whole Rob Pelinka, he fleeced the Mavs. Both those guys are not good GMs because they did all of this in bad faith and everything else was just done horribly. And those two guys are going to be sitting on a curb as millionaires being like, isn't it great? We ruined 2 franchises.
I don't know, man. I feel like this is what's going to happen, actually. I think that Rob Pelinka is going to get kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
And then the Lakers are going to hire Nico Harrison.
Oh God. I don't think they're that dumb. I think the new ownership's not that dumb.
And that you never know, man. And then Luka's his contract is going to come up. He's going to be like, "Nope, I'm not playing for Nico again." And then they're going to lose him for nothing.
No, I look, I don't know, and I don't know what Luke is going to do because we don't know what's in the space in between this. How long LeBron's going to be? How much they start to try and turn up the heat on LeBron James? Which it feels like if they don't do something in the next 2 days, it really feels like that Rob Pelinka and everybody else is about to turn up the heat on LeBron. And basically say, you're the reason we are going to lose the next 2 seasons. And we are going to tell everybody, anybody who listens, LeBron James tanked the Lakers for his own personal greed is what we're going to tell him. Instead of doing our job and actually trying to win games, we are just going to blame you because I'm not good enough at my job to win with you being here. So I'm just going to say you tanked us. And because that's already the theory in the media is LeBron James is tanking him by taking his contract. Which, by the way, he makes $20 million less than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now. So, I'm just saying, I get LeBron could make more money if he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean,
let's be real. I get. Everyone's like, he should take a pay cut. He is. I know it does. I know it sounds crazy, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is making $70+ million a year on his new contract. LeBron's making 50.
Yeah.
LeBron has way more accolades, way more years in the game, way more MVPs, finals, wins, all of that. He has everything. And by the way, that's how it's structured in the CBA. Is seniority and accolades is how you get more and more money. He could get all of that if he wanted it. So I'm not trying to say that he deserves it. He sure doesn't. But I think you need to put in $50 million is a ton of money, but it's not as bad as it could be.
You're right. It's not as bad as it could be, but if he really wanted to do what was best for the team, he would have declined the player option and signed a deal for less money, and then they could have had a little bit more flexibility to do something.
Yeah. No, I get that. But
also, what does he need with $50 million? I know that sounds kind of crazy, but this guy's almost if he's not already a billionaire, he's almost a billionaire because of all of his Nike money and his other endorsement deals and freaking Space Jam and like all the stuff that comes with LeBron James. $50 million is a life-changing amount of money for almost anybody in the world. It's not life-changing money for LeBron James. There is no difference in his day-to-day life if he takes a $50 million player option or re-signs for $30 million.
No, I do think there is things that he can change in that $20 million. He can go to charity and do other stuff. I get all that. It's also California, so $50 million is what? $28 an hour? But
Hey, I almost paid $55 for DoorDash street tacos in California. That's crazy.
No, so my point is with LeBron, like I get all that, and then the whole thing is LeBron can't win because we know what what people say about LeBron. If LeBron opted out of his contract, came back for mid-level exception or something like that, paid $15 million, I go $15 million. He could have taken $1 million and he should have done that. And if he takes a league minimum, they go, he's just ring chasing. He's only trying to ruin the league 'cause he's ring chasing. He'll never be Michael Jordan. So it's like, take $50 million. You've earned it. Go get it. I don't care. Also, make the Lakers suck, please. I'm all for making the Lakers suck. The reality is there's absolutely no excuse they don't have a center right now. And LeBron James being there isn't the excuse. It just isn't. If Rob Pelinka is too shitty of a general manager to get them a center with LeBron James and Luka Doncic, and he can't find anyone who wants to come play for him, then fire Rob Pelinka because he is not doing his job.
How much did the Rockets sign Clint Capella for?
I mean, it can't be much.
Or how much did the Spurs sign Luke Cornett for?
4 years, like $10 million, something like that.
Why couldn't you have gone and made a deal like that?
I know. I think, and then why didn't you Brook Lopez was one of the big names. Miles Turner is the guys that they keep saying out there. 3 years, $21 million for Clint Capella.
3 years. I mean, Clint Capella is as good of a fit as you're going to find on the free agency market to put next to Luka Doncic.
$7 million a year.
That was an easy fix, and they didn't do it because why? Rob Pelinka sucks at his job.
Yeah.
You know what's also kind of crazy?
What's that?
Is it like, to you, does it feel like LeBron has been in LA for a long time?
It does. It feels like it's been a really long time.
Oh, well, like, to me, it feels like it's not that new. Like, it's kind of a newish thing, like not brand new, but it still feels like kind of, oh, he's in LA now, I forgot, or whatever. He's been in LA for 7 years now.
Yeah. This is why I'll tell you how I know that I judge things. It's been a long time. It's pre-COVID and post-COVID. And pre-COVID is a long time ago to me now.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, for teams and stuff. So if the guy's been there from before the bubble, then I'm like, oh, he's been on that team for a while.
but he's been in.
He's been a while, yeah.
He's been in LA longer than he was in Miami for sure.
Yeah.
And I think he's been there almost as long as he was in Cleveland. Like there's like a couple of seasons difference there. I think he was in Cleveland for 11 seasons. Is that right? Yeah, he was in Cleveland for 11 seasons, in LA for 7. So if he plays until he's 43 years old, he's going to be almost the same. And that's crazy to me.
Yeah, and I'll throw this out there. If DeAndre Ayton's your answer, have fun.
Did they get DeAndre Ayton?
No, he hasn't signed yet, but he hasn't cleared waivers, I don't think, yet. I think clears waivers on like Wednesday. So technically they couldn't have him yet. And so that may be their thing. We're getting DeAndre Ayton. We've already talked to him. And when he clears waivers, we're going to go get him and we'll sign DeAndre Ayton. And then we got another guy who doesn't want to work hard on a LeBron team. That always goes well. JJ Redick responds well to guys that don't hustle every play. Those guys won't have any problem with him. He definitely won't be on the bench by playoff.
Can you imagine if we were talking about this in like 2018, 2019, whenever that Luka draft class was, and like a few years down the road, we were like, yeah, Luka, DeAndre Ayton are going to be on the same team, and LeBron James is going to be on that team too. You'd be like, oh my God, this is going to be a dynasty.
That kid from Arkansas, Austin Reeves. They're all going to be together. It'll be great. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. It is crazy. Free agency still going on. Some bigger names out there still. Jonathan Kuminga, but he's a restricted free agent. My dog's jumping off the bed. Josh Giddey. DeAndre Ayton's still going to be out there. We know Malik Beasley, but he's got his own gambling thing, so no one's touching him right now. Cam Thomas probably ending up on the Mavs because he's a Brooklyn shooting guard. So he's a restricted free agent, though. You still got Mo Wagner's out there. Gary Payton II is still out there. Russ Westbrook, Chris Paul. Those guys are still out there. We'll see where they end up after all this is done. Still a lot of names out there to get done as we continue free agency. Not a lot of big names, but still names out there to get done. We'll take our last break. We'll come back, get to our meathead of the day as we keep rolling along here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK. Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Culver, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Tuesday afternoon. Don't jump back on the bed. Come on. Be a team player. All right. Trying to talk to my dog here. Trying to make deals with my dog. As we get to like 5 more minutes, man. Just hang on. We get to our meathead of the day, which may be me for the next 2 weeks. We got a couple clips for you. First one, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I did enjoy this one from Devontae Smith over the weekend.
That has stood out to you during the OTAs and the mandatory training?
The guy from was it Texas, the safety. Kuba. Yeah. I couldn't say his name. So.
There we go. That's Devontae Smith giving some praise there to another Sark guy. Both Sark guys. Makuba saying, who's that safety, that kid we got? So good to see, though he's unsigned right now because he's one of those second-round picks we talked about earlier. Good to see that he is having an impression. One of those guys that a lot of people were kind of in between on in the draft, and he was a guy that could have been a third, fourth-round pick in some people's. Glad to see he's a second and on a really good team. They're already noticing it.
Yeah, but like, remember your teammate's name, buddy. He's a second round pick. It's not like he's the undrafted free agent out of Tulsa or something.
Well,
you know what I
I'm
mean?
pretty sure Makuba is a name though. Like we've said it enough. If you just kind of heard it like twice, because again, they probably only practiced together maybe twice, maybe 3. I mean, offense and defense together. So they probably only played a few times. But he's probably been like, and also in the game, you're like number 37. Yeah, number 37. So he probably just has not talked to him enough as a rookie. They haven't done the camp stuff where they're going to come in and do the rookie presentations yet and all of that stuff. So that when it comes, he'll know him a lot better. But he may be looking at it and he goes, oh, we got Mukubu. And, he doesn't want to say that. So he throws out a name. Yeah, this is the other one. We'll give you another just fun one before we get out of here on a Tuesday afternoon. Anytime you got to have some Coach-O. Coach O at a wedding.
Put your shirt on, Ed.
I love that he can't take it off. That's the best part, is that he's like trying to unbutton it, and at some point he can't get the button undone. So then he just goes over the top, but he's still got like cufflinks on or something like that, and they're just so he can't get it over his gigantic mitts of hands either. So then he's just got shirts on hand when he can't get off. It is knowing that after this he had to go over and have somebody else get him out of it. I'm sure like someone else had to come over and be like, let me help you with that. Because once you've got your hands like that, you can't, there's nothing you could do.
Okay. I have been covering college football for a long time now. I have never seen Steve Sarkisian or Hugh Freeze or Jimbo Fisher or Mike Elko or Lincoln Riley or Dan Lanning with their shirt off.
I've seen Dan Lanning with his shirt off. He
I
did
guess
he did the pool.
Video.
Yeah, the pool video. He did it. We've seen Jim Harbaugh with his shirt off. We've seen Pete Carroll with his shirt off.
Okay. I have never seen a coach with his shirt off as much as I have seen
Ed
Orgeron. And it drives me crazy. I don't understand it. Like if he had like a Chris Hemsworth Thor body, like yeah, dude, go take your shirt off everywhere. But this guy looks like he's a milkman, and you know, it's like I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
Chan, that's a video. It's Ed Orgeron at a wedding, and as he's dancing, he takes his shirt and he tries to unbutton it and to get it off, and then he can't get the buttons, and they're playing the music, and so then he takes the shirt off over his head, and then it's just hanging off his hands because he can't get it over his hands. So then he's got the shirt and he's just dancing around without a shirt on the dance floor at the wedding. And no one's like really around him. They're all kind of watching him because he's right in front of the band. And he is just being Coach O. It's hilarious. It's Coach O being Coach O. And Orgeron just being, man, that dude has a national championship ring. Yeah. I mean, granted, I'll give you this. Sark would have won. I mean, I don't know who would have lost with that roster.
Nobody would have lost to that roster.
It was just ridiculous.
Houston Nutt would have won a national championship with that roster.
Would Hugh Freeze have won one?
Yes, Hugh Freeze would have won one with that roster. Matt Luke, the guy that took over for Hugh Freeze, would have won a championship with that roster.
I love it. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Give you some more coverage. College football, NFL. Dog, you stay with me here. We'll be back, and hopefully my dog will be feeling a little better tomorrow. We'll get back. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.